Hi, boys. So, we finally got the free LC Lord release. Um, those of you who have been in my Discord have already known that I'm kind of a bitch about it. I think that he's really boring. Um, I wanna. Okay, so let me clear a couple things up. First of all, I never thought it was gonna be Nakai in Albion or whatever the fuck everybody's been claiming it was anyway. That always sounded really fucking dumb to me in the first place. Second of all, the only reason why I was like go rock because he was kind of just there. You know, is he boring? Yeah, he's boring, but you know, whatever. I figured he'd be in Lustria, which obviously is wrong as well. Um, the only other really option was God, I'm trying to remember who the there's this king priest who is master of heavens, and he's all about Comet of Cassidoras. I can't remember what his name is. I thought he might have been a decent option. The problem with him with Tic Tac Toe, which actually, by the way, we'll go ahead and pull his thing up here. The problem with Tic Tac Toe is a couple of things. One, his flavor is pretty boring. Just like buffing flying units, pterodons aren't good. Like, they're strictly okay at best. If they're ever given any kind of competition, they die. If they're ever shot at, they die. Even I assume Ripperdactyls are going to be the same problem. They're shot at or opposed in the air, they die. They're not. They're very glass cannony. Do I think we should have gotten another Saurus flavor army, Toby? No. But I don't think that this was the solution either. I just think that he honestly is, like, let's face it, he is the Tretch. He is the Gorst. He is, even to a little bit, Lokir Fellheart. That's just kind of what he is. And people are like, well, wait a minute. Lokir Fellheart only buffs one unit, just like basically Tic Tac Toe does, right? There's a difference, though. Can't make a whole army out of pterodons and Ripperdactyls. Maybe you can. I guess we're going to find out together. But there's difference here because you could do that shit with, most of the other things that Lords specialize in. Why not? They're way too squishy. They're way too squishy. Way too squishy. They don't have enough models. Like Pterodon Riders. Pterodon Riders die so easily because they've got poor leadership and they're super squishy. And they actually don't even really have that great of charge bonus. So ultimate air superiority. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you've got ultimate air superiority. But basically Magic does the same thing, giving you air superiority. I don't know. He doesn't look like a very attractive lord at all. And like I said, his flavor is pretty goddamn niche. I really don't really see the appeal of him at all. Is it funny? Is it memey? Sure, but legitimately, I think that I don't even really think he has much flavor. I mean, granted, I know what you're going to say next, Toby, is that at least he has flavor, but Gorok doesn't. And I agree with you. He does have flavor, but that doesn't make it a good flavor. Skarsnik has flavor. It's not a good flavor, though. It's not a good flavor. Shit is not a good flavor. And that's kind of what I'm worried about with Tic Tac Toe. I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope. Hey, McDerp. Let's go max air and go against Dwarven Guns. Yeah, see, that's the problem with air superiority. We can hope this is a late April Fool's joke. No, it is quite definitely not an April Fool's joke. I don't know. I just feel like we could have done something different. I think that him and Oxhodel, the chameleon lord, I thought that those were probably the two most boring of the choices that they could have picked. I just thought Nakai was at least preposterous, but I was willing to be convinced. But this is what's actually funny about this is those of you who are familiar with multiplayer, this is part of why CA changed the healing from cold blooded. This is essentially what a strat that they were doing was throwing skink chiefs on pterodons and then using them as harassing, as like really strong duelists slash harassers. And then using the cold blooded. They were just getting basically free charges of cold blooded for relatively cheap. Essentially, you've turned this into a legendary lord. I'm pretty sure that he's going to be a pretty hardcore multiplayer unit. I'm sure that he is great, but I'm fairly certain he's not going to be able to stand up very well against other things like dragons and stuff. I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong. But I was honestly kind of disappointed that this was the decision. Is he flavorful? Sure, he's definitely flavorful. But again, doesn't mean that flavor is a good flavor. He does buff pterodons and ripterdactyls, which, as a lot of people have pointed out and have been annoyed about, the fact that he essentially only buffs pterodons if you don't own the DLC. Which is true. It's true. I don't think it's a really big deal that he buffs ripterdactyls, because honestly, if he didn't buff ripterdactyls, that would be the dumbest fucking thing ever. If he just said, I buff pterodons, everyone would be like, that's the fucking dumbest shit ever. And they'd be right. So he has to buff ripterdactyls. Is that well, fuck you, I don't want to buy the DLC? No. It just makes sense for him to buff ripterdactyls in the first place. In theory, he's playable without ripterdactyls. He's not going to be nearly as good without them, but he is technically playable without them. So I don't think everybody needs to keep getting up in arms, but it is definitely a questionable choice for that decision. He does, I hope, become an amazing duelist, and hopefully has a nice health pool that allows him to do stuff. What's his mount? Maybe he'll ride a flying ancient stegodon. He gets a ripterdactyl. He gets a pterodon right off the bat, and he gets a ripterdactyl later on, which is kind of weird because his mount is actually named. He has Zwup. Am I getting early access? I am. I will talk about that more later. I figure this FLC release means more LLs packs are coming. I don't think it's indicative of anything. I just know that they know for sure that, we are getting one more DLC at some point. What that DLC is questionable. Now, on the Mortal Empires map, he is getting a spot added to him around El Calibad in the Southlands, which is actually going to be kind of nice to have another lizard there. The difference, though, is that people are like, well, that means Araby's out. I still don't think that Araby's out. Didn't they say they would add LLs till all races had 4? I mean, that's what we're at. All of the base Warhammer 2 factions, actually all of the Warhammer 2 factions have 4 LLs each, as it currently stands. They said nothing about Warhammer 1, but basically that all the base Warhammer 2 factions were guaranteed 4, and then instead of making a mini campaign for each of the factions in Warhammer 2, the DLC factions, instead of having that, instead they were going to scrap the mini campaign and add 2 more Legendary Lords instead. I do still think that Araby is still possible. I mean, if we got Vampire Coast, I don't see how Araby is not possible still. Because I still think that there's still room to cram the Southlands full of other things. If you look at a Vortex map, the Southlands is still kind of empty. Lustria is filling up real quick. Oath One's kind of out there by itself, just with 2 lords. But the Southlands is still kind of empty. From a Vortex point of view. Do I think that they could end up just changing things later on? Yeah, for sure. But I still think that Araby is still possible. But I think it's going to happen. That remains to be seen. But I still think it's a really cool faction that we could get. But Tic-Tac-Toe is going to be our free LC Lord. With that being said, for those of you who have been like, wait a minute, which one are you going to play? I have really no interest in Tic-Tac-Toe at all. I was holding out to see what it was going to be. Tiniwan already I kind of liked in the first place. He was all right. I thought that he had enough things going for him, enough interesting things about him. But I was waiting to see what the other legendary lord was going to be, and Tic Tac Toe does not fill me with any desire to want to play him at all. Especially because a funny thing that people seem to forget is that everyone's like, "Oh man, what about the fact that early game Lizardmen shit all over Tomb Kings and stuff? You think this guy's gonna have an economy to fund Saurus? Like Saurus shit all over him. It's not lizards. It's Saurus that shit all over them. You think this guy is gonna be able to do that with Saurus? You think that he's gonna have that money? So he's definitely gonna be a hard start for sure. I was overwhelmed by Warhammer 1. Should I buy part 2? What do you mean by overwhelmed? I do think that you should, but if you're overwhelmed, I don't know, man. I attempted a Krakor Vortex campaign. That is so far my least favorite campaign for Vortex. What do you mean by that, Klingon? Mills, wait to add the major legendary lords for Warhammer 3. I do think that Warhammer 3 is going to be a pretty heavily supported game. Because I don't think that they're going to want this legacy sent out on a bad note. I think they're going to be supporting Warhammer 3 for, probably at least 4 or 5 years. Something like that. So that's a boy, Tic Tac Toe. On the bright side, though, he has proven, because they added Talaxin in the Southlands, we have basically already proven that we are going to get more shit in the Southlands. Like, they're open to moving things. They already added Sudenburg. They're adding his settlement. I still think it's definitely possible that they are going to cut up and add some things in Southlands and make it a little more compact, add a couple more settlements. So I think it's still possible. The best part about Tic Tac Toe, though, is the fact that finally Kroq-Gar actually has a bro he can come out and talk to. Kroq-Gar can finally reach turn 120 and come out and go meet Tic Tac Toe and be like, bro, there's other lizards out there. Praise, thank God. Lack of a good tutorial. Does part 2 make any improvements for newcomers? It does, actually. It does. And actually, I'm doing a tutorial on things. I'm actually doing Empire right now, tonight for a tutorial. But I've already done most of the major Warhammer 2 factions and tutorials on my YouTube. Things are a little long-winded, but I do attempt to go over everything. I don't know if the sale is still going on Humble Bundle or not. This was $20 a couple days ago, but I bet it's probably off now. Yeah, it looks like it's not on sale anymore. So you actually just missed a big sale where it was like $20 or something like that. But that's the best part, is that Kroq-Gar can finally meet up with a bro. Kroq-Gar's position is very isolated, and the Rat's leader, Queek Headtaker, is a very annoying elite army right off the bat. Yeah, but Kroq-Gar does have the tools to deal with it. If you don't like Vortex, you might try the Mortal Empire start. It will be a little bit different, though. But Kroq-Gar, once you kind of get used to what Kroq-Gar is, Kroq-Gar's got a pretty rough first 30 turns or so. And in Mortal Empires, it's a little bit longer, but once that, it's just smooth sailing. You're just running around stomping dudes down with an elite army. Nobody can stop. It's pretty fun. It's one of my more favorite campaigns. And honestly, Kroq-Gar campaigns may not be so ass now because lizards will actually survive. Tic Tac Toe is going to have a presence in the Southlands, so you can immediately meet him and be bros with him. Going to Lustria isn't going to be so bad because maybe now Skrulk won't win every time. Now you're going to have the presence of an actual Skink LL who might survive. I don't know. But maybe there's a hope now for Kroq-Gar that his campaign won't be so ass because it takes forever to get through. Otherwise, if you're not playing for objectives, Kroq-Gar's super chill. You just eat everything. You eat everything. I like that you can save upkeep of Saurus. I lower that even more than extra 20% off. Yeah. His Saurus are practically free. As for legendary heroes, though, I don't think that that's anything we're gonna see for ever. Honestly, um, sure we got Croak, and sure we got the Green Knight, but those are two very strong exceptions. Um, honestly, the things have worked with being legendary lords instead. I do think that this guy would have fit a legendary hero skink chief better. But it's too late. Can't go back, man. Can't go back. He's a lord now. The Ghost Boys, those aren't legendary lords though. Those are just like unique heroes. But I wouldn't really call them legendary heroes. But anyway, so that's who we got. We got Tic Tac Toe. Tonight's lovely tutorial, and honestly kind of a short one because Empire's
I fight for the greater good.
kind of not complex.
Command here.
Is Empire. I do have to work early in the morning, so there is that. So this won't be a super long tutorial. But the Empire. The Empire is basically the, I guess, second default race that you should be familiar with in Warhammer 1. You have dwarves, who are definitely the easiest of all the factions in Warhammer 1. And then Empire has a different playstyle, but it's definitely not a bad one. I'm disappointed, Arcane Emperor. Empire, although has not seen any kind of reworks or really changes in Warhammer 2, it's gotten a little bit of things with a little bit more technology and having its red line changed a little bit. But overall, Empire remains relatively the same since Warhammer 1. And that's kind of a disappointment because there's honestly a lot of things that I would like to see changed with Empire. And I was honestly hoping that this patch was going to be the Empire change patch. I still think that Greenskins are going to take a little while in order to get their patch. But Empire I thought was going to be this one. So I'm a little disappointed that Empire hasn't seen any changes either. Because of that, their campaign's pretty fucking simple. Thoughts on Croak having Rolling Skies and Exorcism? Toby, I want you to think about the Slann. It shouldn't really surprise you at all. I was hoping that things would change for Slann too. Hopefully, now that that this has happened, with Croak coming out and whatnot, the hope is that maybe this will have enough people start complaining about like Rolling Skies and Exorcism and stuff. The difference here being is that at least he can still nuke armies. Mazdamundi is needs a little love. They released a skill tree? No. I think they showed it off on stream, but they didn't release it. Hi, Elich. It would make sense. It would make more sense to put Lord Croak as a legendary lord and Tic Tac Toe as a legendary hero. Yeah, it would. But as I was saying before, Lord Croak is a lot easier to break as a hero because we can just make it, crazy amounts of exploding and stuff. No one took screenshots? Yeah, it actually is kind of weird, Rubio. I kind of expected that to happen. I don't know. I'm not thrilled. I mean, I'm happy that Croak is in the game. I'm not thrilled about him being a hero, but at the same time, he's got a lot of spells that make it so that he can blow up a bunch of shit. Rolling Skies hype. Wheels responded, that's huge. Yeah, well, Wheels isn't paid to think about balance, man. That's not his job. It's not his job. Actually, not sure what Wheels' job is, actually. Besides showing shit off on stream. I'm actually not sure what he does. I mean, look, it's shit. Don't get me wrong. It's shit. But what did you expect? Slann are shit too. So, at least this Slann can nuke shit. Nuke shit without hurting your own units. So, that's nice, right? Anyways, so Empire. Empire's couple of mechanics, one of which is the fact that they have access to most lores in the game, at least the generic ones. Like Lore of Heavens, Lore of Light, Lore of Fire, Life, Shadows, all that kind of stuff. Which makes them very flexible. The main key core concept of Empire is that they're extremely flexible. They are the jack of all trades faction. Empire can do just about everything. They just don't do it exceedingly well, because then they would be OP. They're like a worse high elves. They've got a lot of good shit, but it's not a lot of overwhelmingly good shit. That's the beauty of it, though. They're always the underdog, and that is the kind of the approach to their lore in the first place. They're always kind of an underdog faction, and doing well with Empire always makes you feel really good. Oh god, what is this, Elich? Pretty much. Aren't they missing a lore? They are missing death. Death is the only lore that they're missing. And the only reason why they didn't add death was because they were afraid of a balance issue. I mean, they already have 7 lore, so, like, they're pretty good. That's what I thought too, Rubio, actually. They do also have the Empire offices, which is, as I already covered in Vampire Coast, is kind of bland for them. They were the OGs, and the OGs haven't been updated. So their offices are like, they're okay. God damn it, Elich. Good night, Elich. But like I said, they do have a very well-rounded roster. Oh, Elich, message me like tomorrow or something. Okay. They have a well-rounded roster, but like I said, they are jack of all trades. They are extremely flexible. They just don't exceed in a bunch of other ways. So that being said, they only have 3 legendary lords, which kind of feels shitty for a base faction who only has 3. Hopefully at some point that will change. I hope, please. But right now it's just Franz, Gelti, and Volkmar, and they all start in the same place. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that with the Empire update, they're just holding off on it because they're just like trying to figure out what they could do to add to the game. I thought that maybe we would get Boris Todbringer, but nothing's happened there yet. Hopefully we get the lords kind of shuffled. Somebody needs to get out of Empire. That's the long and short of it. Somebody needs to get the fuck out of Empire. Shut up, Rubio. But they all start in Reichland, unfortunately, and specifically Altdorf. You do start off with Karl Franz. He is the default faction leader. He does get diplomatic relations with all Empire provinces. He does get a bonus Lord recruit rank. He gets campaign movement as well, mostly because the old world is fucking huge. He does get an upkeep for Reiksguard and Greatswords, which is pretty neat, especially because Reiksguard are really nice. And then he does give +8 leadership to his starting army as well, which is really, really fucking cool. And then you have Gelt.
Empire's blessings. Yes.
Here's where we're gonna lose people, and we're gonna go ahead and talk about this for a second. So Gelt has armor +10 for all units. He gets +2 hero capacity for battle wizards and upkeep for battle wizards. And then he also gets wins cost for lore of metal lore. He does get missile damage for artillery units within his own army, and he does get recruit rank for battle wizards. And then we have the Pope, Volkmar the Grim. He gets bonus weapon drop, magic item drop. He does give weapon strength for flagellants. He gives hero recruit rank for warrior priests, upkeep for flagellants, casualty replenishment for them as well, melee defense, physical resistance, blah 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 blah. So let's talk about. Let's start with Volkmar and why he's not that great. In Warhammer 2, for whatever reason, they decided that these guys need to be a tier 3 unit. And I don't really know why. That pretty much moves all of his flavor over into a extra building that you need to build at, again, tier 3. And they're not even really that great. That's kind of it. That's all he really does. More magical items, whatever. Empire gets a fucking ton of them. Yeah, tier 3 separate from the barracks. Yeah, he needs a whole new building rather than just being tier 3 barracks. If they were tier 3 barracks, we could still talk about it. Be like, okay, sure. They need to be a tier 3 unit? Sure. Tier 3 barracks. Not the Temple of Sigmar building. Not the Temple of Sigmar building. He does give hero recruit rank for Warrior Priest, which is okay, but again, you're not getting any of this shit until tier 3. So up until then, he's just a better Warrior Priest Lord. And that's kind of it. Volkmar is a meme lord for legends, like Ungrim is a meme lord for Slayers. There's a difference here. Slayers can actually do things. And furthermore, Slayers did at least eventually get Giant Slayers. We're still waiting for the Giant Flayers. Get it? Giant Flayers? You know, instead of Giant Slayers? You know? Get it? So then you have Franz and you have Gelt.
Supreme Patriarch.
All right. Let's talk about this for a second. Everyone's going to look at Gelt's bonus armor to all units plus 10. And I will agree that that is definitely cool. But other than that, Gelt doesn't really bring much to the table by himself. Okay? Lore of Metal is boring. It works, but it's boring. It doesn't really have a lot of flashiness. It doesn't really have a ton of useful skills. The artillery units, he doesn't get anything until at least tier 3. And then, of course, battle wizards are tier 4. Otherwise, that's it. He doesn't really do anything. Except for plus 10 armor. Plus 10 armor. If you really fall in love with plus 10 armor for all units, then sure. Whatever. Love your plus 10 armor. But honestly, I don't really think it's that much of an advantage. I really don't think it's that great of an advantage. Especially because early game, you're going to end up getting dumpstered by not being able to fight other lords. Empire captains are going to be beating the shit out of Gelt and anyone else in there. Have fun trying to duel enemy lords without being able to being able to soften them up first. Taking your starting province is kind of not fun as Gelt, especially because he starts with a mortar. Great, it's only one mortar, and he starts with great swords. Great swords that aren't that great. Sure, they get plus 10 armor, still not great. As opposed to
Bring me to my
Karl Franz. Karl Franz does several things. He has diplomatic relations with all Empire provinces, which makes easier to confederate with other factions. Okay. He does get Lord Recruit rank. Nobody cares about that. But upkeep for Reiksguard and Greatsword faction-wide, not bad. And the leadership is good early game. He also starts with handgunners, which makes it fantastic for softening up other lords. And Reiksguard are worth their weight in gold early game. These guys demolish shit early. These guys are going to get more kills than that mortar ever dreamed about, even with Gelt's buffs on it. Furthermore, Karl Franz needs time and experience in order to come into a living legend. He will eventually become a pretty solid duelist. Is he going to be the best in the game? Is he going to be Luan? Is he going to be Tyrion? No. He's going to be solid. And he comes on a Griffin, which gives him a lot of flexibility to be able to get around the map and do things for Empire. He is good support. My personal opinion is that that Franz is the better choice for somebody learning the game. Now, later on, you can dick around with Gelt. You can fuck around with the lore of metal and stuff. And you can do the Gelt gunpowder army comps and stuff. That's all fine and dandy when you know what you're doing. But this is a tutorial, and I think for a starter, I think that Franz is a better choice early game. Karl dies to an Empire Lord almost as fast as Gelt does early game. First of all, that's not true. Second of all, that's what the handgunners are for. What does obstinacy do for vigor? You talking about the vigor loss reduction? Or what? So that's my personal opinion on things. Like I said, you could pick either one. Choose whatever you want. But for me, it's going to be Karl Franz. Yeah, it makes it so that you don't lose the vigor nearly as quickly. So I will be starting with Karl Franz. It just means that they lose vigor way slower. On legendary sortable pick, he does. He does.
Oh, yeah.
So, that's where we're starting this call. Thank you for the follow.
The green-skin threat is extinguished, sire. Yet the fight...
When is a good time to hit up the Black Pyramid of Gash, etc.? About 80 turns in. You can hit Black Pyramid up whenever you have a couple armies you feel are strong enough to handle it. That's the big thing. Black Pyramid is pretty well defended. You really don't want to fight that early. Does Vigor affect weapon strength? I know that it affects melee attack and melee defense. I'm not 100% sure about weapon strength. Thank you, Ned. Thank you for the follows. All right, so let's talk very briefly about Empire because honestly, there's not a whole lot here to talk about. First of all, let's talk about their only real factional mechanic: offices. As previously experienced or shown with Vampire Coast, there are positions that you can throw in here and put various lords. As you can see, not really that varied. There's a couple things in here. There's a couple decent ones. But for the most part, they're just all kind of like, they're all right. First of all, just like your other lords, you can't move Franz out of Emperor. However, you do get Spy Master, which is pretty nice because it automatically buffs all heroes, which is good. And Empire does have a good selection of heroes. So Spy Master is pretty fucking neat. You have Treasure, which you can get immediately. Oh, hi, Ors.
Hello, good sir.
How you doing, dude? Thank you for the 6 months, man. Damn, has it been 6 months since TwitchCon? Holy fuck. Ned. Nice smell. Appreciate that. Does the Empire office give anything out of the title? Unfortunately, it does not. No. Which is what makes it so bad. It's the same thing for Fleet Admiral or whatever Vampire Coast has. Same thing. So Treasure is unlocked at level 1. This is something that we're going to need to pick up pretty quickly. Just like with Vampire Coast, you can create a lord and immediately disband them. No big deal there. We will end up doing that. You have Archlector, which just gives public order and untainted in local province. Kind of boring.
Continue to teach the youngins.
Thank you, Mystic One. I appreciate it. Thank you for Twitch Prime. Appreciate that for 4 months. Dude, Ors, never apologize, man. Come on. Never apologize. You just do life, man. You do you. You do life. It's important. Go get that cheddar, you know what I'm saying? Spaceboy hit 3K subs today, so I had to give him help to Mark. I feel you, man. I feel you. Yeah, Spaceboy deserves it for sure. He's good. So anyways, public order, untainted. Pretty boring. Castilian engineer. This is decent for an artillery army, but it's only the Lord's army and it's only construction close local. So both of these being local makes it kind of boring to use. It's fine. It'll cut, a couple hundred gold or so off the army. That's kind of it. Reichsmarschall, also sadly boring. The only thing it gives is recruit rank to Reichsguard, and then +1 recruitment capacity. Gotta be level 10 for that, by the way. Which is kind of absurd when you think about it. I'd like to see a huge rework to this whole tree. Like, for example, right off the top, Reichsmarschall should be +2 recruit for all units. Easy. Right there. Once upon a time in Warhammer 1, this wasn't broken. In Warhammer 2, this needs to be broken. This needs to be changed. In Warhammer 1, you're like, oh, cool. All right, bonus Reichsguard. Okay. Things have changed, man. Things have changed. And Patriarch, of course, is what you put good old Gelty in when you do inevitably recruit him. Give him some extra wins and give him even bigger battle wizards. So, unfortunately, that's kind of it. Like I said, this is something that I want to see reworked very heavily. Treasure is really good, and that's basically it. That's about it. I like everything about SFO, but it makes offices and Empire in general better. Yep, and I'm hoping that we can get that same treatment from CA at some point, because we don't know. I mean, CA might come up with some crazy ass shit for us to work around. I mean, CA typically does a pretty good job with a lot of their. I mean, we asked about the Under Empire. People complained about the Under Empire, and now we have it. So same with the Dwarven Forge. Now we have it. I think that since they've done the offices, like, they know that they can make them better. So we can, just got to give them a little bit of time. And they do inevitably upgrade Empire. Like, I have no doubt this is going to be much, much better. Much, much better. Have you done a Dowie? Nope, that's tomorrow. I'm doing them in line on Mortal Empires. Just skipping Bretonia, Lizardman, Skaven until time. I'm kind of against you there, Toby. Upgrading human units seems very hard for this. I don't think that Total War is designed for it very well. Is the problem. I would agree with you that upgrading units is a cool theory, but I don't think it works very well. Thank you for the water, or for the follows, guys. How fast should I conquer things as Morathi? As fast as you possibly can. Morathi starts in the pan and ends up in the fire quickly.
Yeah.
So you definitely need to conquer as much as you can within reason. You shouldn't extend yourself too much, but you should be invading Ulthuan by turn 40-ish for sure. After you butcher Alethanar. Because the longer you let High Elves tech up and oppose you, the worse it's going to become. You've got to make ground on Ulthuan pretty quickly. Shut up, Rubio. Anyway, so this is the Empire offices. Like I said, I hope to see this changed very heavily at some point. We have their technology tree. If I had done Lizardman, you'd kind of see that there's kind of a similarity here. Their technology is also gated behind having specific buildings. It is thematic, but it is also kind of long. I mean, a lot of these techs take quite a bit of time. I can't show you, but a lot of these, once you finally do unlock the building, it takes like 10 or 15 turns per tech. Whereas if you go, for High Elves or any of the new factions, they have a lot more bite-sized kind of techs. Even if those techs are a little bit less impactful as some of the Empire ones, they kind of come a little bit faster. So overall, I think the pacing for Empire's tech tree could be a little bit better. It is nice, though, that you don't have to, like dwarves and vampire counts, or actually most of the other factions, you don't really have to pick, you have to be like, oh, I have to complete all of Rallyfield before I can get into all of Blacksmith in order to finally end up getting into Menagerie or whatever. You can always just pick and choose your techs, which is really nice. Won a battle against 3 fully stacked armies with Biggins, air archers, with only 10 warriors, quarrelers, Iron Drake, and Gredsword. Yeah, that's what dwarves do, man. You need an army to deal with Hexodal too, although Solstice could keep Masmundi pretty busy. That would be the hope. Yes. Will Chaos Warriors be reworked in Warhammer 3, do you think? I think that a lot of things are going to be changed going into Warhammer 3. Like, they will probably end up doing a patch very similarly to the end of Warhammer 1, where they sent us off with one big patch that kind of righted some of the wrongs that we had. And before we descend into Warhammer 3. So I think if we're going to get anything, it'll be either at that point, or it depends on what we get in Warhammer 3. Until we actually get any knowledge of what exactly Warhammer 3 is going to compose of, I think it's really hard to say either way. I do know we're going to get Demons of Chaos in some capacity, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be any changes to Chaos Warriors themselves. Did I miss the Vampire Counts class? Nope, that is, 2 days from now? And my favorite faction, so we'll stick around for that one, because that's the one I actually have a lot of fun playing. Anyway, so like I said, the tech tree is kind of simple. We did get Imperial Academy with things. A lot of this it's solid technology. It's just kind of bland because this is all they get. For a faction that is pretty smart and is rapidly developing technology and stuff like that, Empire doesn't really have a whole lot going for them. The elves are doing a much better job. So I would like to see an Empire tech tree overhaul. I'd like to see a lot more technologies in here. I would like to honestly see this expanded to maybe 4 or 5 techs per building, adding extra shit here all over the place, and maybe scaling down the time it takes to research each of them by like a turn or two. Because if you look at like high elves or dark elves or even lizard men, they have massive tech trees, and Empire doesn't really have anything, despite how advanced they are, or reasonably advanced. I tried playing as Isabella and I get crapped on. Oh, don't worry, we're gonna show you Vlad. Vlad, do you know? You ever heard of a thing called Turn 2 Drakenhof? The Drakenhof? Because that's what we're gonna do. In terms of diplomacy, we are surrounded by Empire states. Now, the traditional approach would be to going all through Empire and confederating or conquering them. I'm going to take a different approach tonight. I will say that different approach is quite possibly going to change depending on what happens with the Bretonnia update. Normally we're going to cut through Bretonnia, and I'll show you here in a second. But part of why I think starting with Franz is great is because, as you notice, the majority of the Empire states like us, or at least are chill with us. We do get reliable. The one we're looking for is Underdog. Underdog is a random stat that might pop up on units. Yeah, like here with Marienburg. Underdog is always a possibility, and Underdog means that it's a lot easier to confederate with them. So, if Bretonnia does not kill Marienburg, it is possible we might be able to confederate with them and take Marienburg ourselves. But that's something that you want to try to watch out for. Every time you start an Empire campaign, the Underdog stat is random, so you may or may not get it. The other one that's random is Distrust the Empire. Distrust the Empire means that they will pretty much always hate you, and they pretty much will refuse to confederate with you unless it is really, really, really obvious to them that they need to survive somehow. Update? Yes. In the next DLC, or I'm sorry, when the next DLC comes out next week, there's a Bretonnia update, and they've changed some faction mechanics and stuff. Does Empire start in the old world? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Letting Kimmler live, and it was such a pain. I imagine it kind of is. So those are the two things that you want to check out for. Before we even begin anything, we want to try to go ahead and get treaties with as many factions as we can. We're going to be bros. People like Kislev. Empire does make a ton of money off of trade.
Yes.
So we want to make sure that we talk to and trade with as many people as we can. This is going to piss off a couple of factions. That's okay. The key thing is we do not want defensives, or we do not want military alliances. It's okay pissing off a couple factions by our treaties, and then breaking these later on as this political landscape falls in there.
As you say, sir.
Where does the new world? Where would the new world be located? Well, this is the old world. This is Europe. This is the new world. Everything like Lustria, this is all considered the new world. All that shit. If whatever, let's say Aslan, who usually does pretty well, and they don't like us because we have treaties now with Tepeclin.
Yes.
They usually are one of the big
behalf
boys.
Of the Empire.
We're gonna
Now
try to
what
get
brings you
agreements
here?
with them.
Order.
Always try to pick single ones. There you go.
Affirmative.
But a non-aggression. Maybe a trade agreement.
Absolutely not.
Might wait. They might change their mind in a few turns. Sterling usually dies almost immediately. Same with Ostermarks. We kind of ignore those two. We don't actually need to do anything with them.
The Empire.
Midland, of course,
Sigma's
distrust the
will
Empire.
come
They're
in
going to be a
peace.
pain in the ass. They'll probably attempt to backdoor us at some point. Sure.
On it.
Sure. May change
I don't
their
agree.
minds later.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for the follow.
Surely
Marienburg.
an agreement will be reached.
We're gonna wait on
But are we
Marienburg.
not all?
See what happens with them first.
What?
Greetings, my countrymen.
Nordland.
You come in
Nordland is
peace on
usually a
this
pain in the
now.
ass too. All right, so there's your turn 1 diplomacy. As you can see, we are at war with a lot of fucking factions. The main issue with that is that we're gonna have beastmen show up and try to sneak up and kill us at any given time. Same with the skull smashes. Same with technically the skull takers as well, and then the Empire successionists are the ones we actually need to deal with. So Empire starts with a lot of enemies. You do start with a non-aggression pact with vampires and Templehof though, which is kind of weird. So turn 1 diplomacy is really important here. Is there any definitive info on Warhammer 3? Nope. Just that it is going to happen at some point, but they are still tight-lipped about it as well.
I command here.
They're pretending it doesn't exist right now. It definitely doesn't not exist. More or less.
Ulrich's will.
Oh, we can talk about Franz's skills here in a second. So you can see, early battle is going to be a lot better. This is going to be probably about 80-20 once we fight this. Forest being broken wouldn't surprise me, Sword Pick. No, 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 Queen of Foxes. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. None of that. People are gonna start getting pitchforks already. Why no? It's a long story, Klingon. Basically, people don't like what has happened in the lore. So I've heard rumors of chaos demons and chaos dwarfs. Okay, so here's your official rumor mill. CA said a long time ago when they said that they were going to make this a trilogy was that every faction that had a codex in 8th edition was guaranteed to get a faction at some point later on. Okay? So in 8th edition, both ogres and chaos demons had rosters. They had full fleshed out models, full support from Games Workshop, everything. Okay? So since they had those things, we know that at some point we are going to get ogres and we're going to get chaos demons. The problem is figuring out how we're going to actually get Demons of Chaos, because Demons of Chaos is a very different faction in Age of Sigmar than they are on tabletop. In tabletop, in 8th edition fantasy, they were more or less like flavored demons, and they could, they had a couple units here and there that were, specialized, blah, blah, blah. But in Age of Sigmar, they took things above and beyond and added a lot of very specific units for each of the demons. So they were like greatly expanded upon in Age of Sigmar. So it's kind of hard to say right now exactly how Demons of Chaos are going to be portrayed in a Warhammer 3. We just know that at some point they have to show up because, like I said, they were guaranteed a roster. So, those are the only two. Now, everybody says Chaos Dwarves. Chaos Dwarves don't have an official roster, though. They have a lot of lore and a lot of White Dwarf shit, but as far as I know, they don't have an official one, at least in 8th edition. Okay? So that's why we kind of are on the fence about Chaos Dwarves. Okay? Are the Chaos Dwarves very likely? Yes, they're just as likely as Tomb Kings were. Where we're like, we definitely don't think they're coming, but they're probably coming. Chaos Dwarves are probably going to come. Are they going to be a base faction? Hard to say. But I do think that we'll probably get them at some point. So, I have a question. If companies keep making Warhammer Fantasy games and they do better than the 40k games, why does Workshop act like fantasy doesn't exist? That's because that's not true. 40k games do much better. 40k makes a shit ton more money than fantasy does. So, unfortunately, it doesn't work. Dogs of War? I don't think Dogs of War. They've had their chance to make that shit. Remember, Warhammer 2, so Dogs of War also did not have an official roster. And furthermore, Dogs of War would be basically like Southern Realms or shit like that, right? They might decide to change their opinion on things later on, but you have to remember that the majority of those factions are already are not on the Warhammer 2 map. Like, you have to remember, this is a Warhammer 2 game first,
Sigmar
right?
commands.
Oh, we need to kill him. Use him to kill the
For
Lord.
the twin-tailed comet.
Hang on a second. I'm talking too much.
Rexguard Knights. Handgunners. Sir. Rexguard Knights. To battle. Go. Taking position. Ready for war. Rexguard Knights. Spearmen. Awaiting orders. The Empire endures. Attack. Ready. Rexguard. Ready. Rexguard Knights.
Give me 2 seconds to get through
Yes,
this.
sir.
Okay, guys, come on. You can see them. You can fucking see them right here. You can see them.
Taking position! For Altdorf! Sir! Find your targets! Fire! Fire! Sigma calls! Rexguard! Crossbows ready, General! At speed! Go! Rexguard Knights! Taking
Actually, how many
position!
units? 16. I'm gonna run that down just a little longer. I want to make sure they don't have any missile troops left.
Ready! My subjects call!
Oh my god, guys. Come on.
Quicker!
Come on. Come on.
Formation march!
Rexguard don't have AP,
To
though.
battle!
They have a pretty good AP stat. Are they considered armor piercing?
Quick
No.
march! No lingering! Taking position! Yes, sir, quickly! Quick march! Ready! Ready! Quick march! Yes, General! Take aim! Charge! Rexguard Knights!
12 armor piercing. Okay. Not the greatest. But they do have a lot of mass, and they have a good charge bonus.
For the Warhammer! Spearmen! Sigmar call! Handgunners!
It's true. Saurus are not considered AP, and they have an astronomical amount of armor piercing damage.
Shoot them! Rexguard! Yes, General! Handgunners!
Good night, Curious Nature.
Spearmen! Sir! Ulrich's wrath on them! We are Sigmar's heirs! By Garl Marad!
Alright, now we're going to run them down. Pretty much everybody that we can, except for the Lord. Okay. Alright. Yeah, what if they released Chaos Dwarves in Warhammer 2? No, there would be no reason for them to do that because where Chaos Dwarves would be is not on the Warhammer 2 map. Guys, you gotta pay attention here for a second, okay? The factions that are released for Warhammer 2 have spots on the Vortex map. Ultimately, somebody has to be able to play Warhammer 2 with everything that is being released for Warhammer 2. Okay? Right? So, when you're adding, like, say, Tomb Kings, or you're adding Vampire Coast, or whatever else, you're adding those factions because they have spots on the Vortex map. Okay? You can't add Kislev. You can't add Southern Realms. You can't add, Chaos Dwarves, because they don't have spots on the Vortex map. There's no place for them on the map. Okay? You have to remember that every DLC and every free DLC that we're going to get for Warhammer 2 has to affect a Vortex map first, and then we expand it to Mortal Empires. Vortex is what CA is marketing to people to play. They can own Warhammer 1, but it's just kind of an added bonus that we have Mortal Empires, and we can do shit with the Mortal Empires map. Okay? So we can't add that kind of shit, right? They might sell better, but they get shit on whenever they come out. I mean, but all that matters is that that 40K sells better than Fantasy. At the end of the day, it is a business decision. Any rumors on mods for Warhammer 3 that turn every ogre into Shrek and every voice line in my swamp when defending? Hopefully at some point, yes. Hopefully we will get fun shit like that. Not the Shrek part, because remember that we can't change models. That doesn't work. Do you think CA will make a Total War game after Game 3? Possibly. Maybe. They want to, but they don't actually have the resources. But maybe by the time that we get to Warhammer 3, they'll have that option, or after that. It'd be easy to throw a Southern Realms faction into New World colonies or something. Okay, now where do the other 3 lords go? Because that's kind of the issue. Where are the other ones going?
Oh, yeah.
Reichsguard are very good because they have a very high mass and they have very good charge. You're right that they don't have a very high armor-piercing damage, but they also are a Tier 3 cav. Compare them to pretty much any other Tier 3 cav that exists. They beat most of them. If not all of them, actually. For Tier 3, Tier 3 is pretty fucking good. Tier 3 is really good for Reichsguard. They're a very strong unit for Tier 3. Bronze's Reichsguard are better than Blazing Sun. Well, first you have to actually get Blazing Sun, then we can talk about it. Okay. Shut up, Grimwiz. Chaos Dwarves in southeastern Lustria, though. What? You mean the spine of Sotek? Because those are regular dwarves. And even then, like... What? You're talking about packing an entire faction of Chaos Dwarves into one spot in Lustria. Southern Realms could, in theory, be tacked in the Vortex since they added Tartos and Albion, but that's highly unlikely. They'd have to move the whole map because Ulthuan's pretty much there at the coast. But I do think that Araby is still a very high chance. If Temple Guard have silver shields, would that be reason enough to replace Saurus with them? Definitely make them better. Maybe up there. Blazing Sun do look awesome, but Dimmies are way better. And Dimmies are also easier to get because you don't have to have a special landmark in order to get them. I wish we were going to go ahead and take the casualty point. Took pretty high casualty.
My orders are to move.
Oh boy, a gleaming
Summon
pendant.
the Elector Counts.
Alright, so talk about Franz really quick. Notice he has a kind of boring, basic-ass bitch line. He does have Best of the Empire, which I think comes way too late. I actually like this way better when it was still like a rank 1 kind of situation, because leadership for Spearmen and Swordsmen doesn't really matter. Like, this is all your Tier 1 shit. At level 12, you're starting to get out of these things. It's still somewhat useful, but not useful fast enough. They did condense all this stuff into single point shit, which makes it much, much, much better. His Reichsguard, of course, are much stronger, giving a bonus against large and melee attack, which makes it melt things. Just not heavily armored targets. You're right. Not heavily armored targets. He does get bonuses for greatswords because, by God, they need every bit they can get. You can get more captains and better recruitment for captains, upkeep and recruit rank for all units in the army, as well as giving him 10% weapon strength and unbreakable. I think we're going to go ahead and take Ground Marcher, because we might be able to actually go ahead and take Ground Marcher. Kind of a bloody fight, but we can take this.
Fight for our nation.
Our front line is just a little bit exhausting. Go ahead and give leadership to the Halberdiers, because they're probably going to die here. Did I already give my hot take on Tic-Tac-Toe? I did. Probably spent too long talking about him, actually. Won a Pyrrhic victory, a total slog, but the 3 enemy orc armies who barely had any health on any of the units at the end in the campaign screen have half health on everybody and lost maybe 2 units total. The other boss at 200 monthly of like 2 or 3k. What the actual fuck? They didn't even get a turn to heal up. Something is a little bit weird there.
Ulrich's wrath on them!
Do you go for a lightning strike early with Empire? Yes. Yes, I do. Empire is one of those factions that does not fight very easily by itself. And so you need to abuse every advantage that you could possibly get. Empire is... I guess I should talk about army comps with Empire just a little bit for a moment. Empire is going to be one of those factions that crams just about every unit type into its armies because Empire is meant to be incredibly flexible, but they're also meant to be stronger as a whole, or stronger as a united group rather than individually. They attacked me, then on my turn that shit happened. Yeah, that actually is normal. Yeah, replenishment always happens at the start of your turn, so yes, that is normal. If you lose Skarsnik Spider early, should you just restart? Yes, yes, you should. In fact, I think on one of the times that I did play Skarsnik, I did lose the Spider early, and yeah, I got rid of it. Even for the enemy? Yes, even for the enemy. I guess what intimidates me in these games is, unlike RPGs, when you hit a wall, you can level up and re-strategize. The idea of putting 20-30 hours in the campaign, only to realize you mismanaged your campaign. Building an army is what I get frustrated by in my first playthrough on the Warhammer series. Well, like I said, the good news here is that I'm doing a tutorial on things. If you have questions about things, feel free to ask. Like I said, in my YouTube series, I'm trying to talk about like the good shit in each of the armies, that hopefully you don't make those kinds of mistakes. That's the hope of this series. It is going to be a little bit of trial and error, but I don't think that you have a ton to worry about. It'll take a few restarts, but getting deep into campaigns shouldn't be a big issue. I always make shitty choices playing as Dark Elves, and I want to play as them. Well, I have already done my tutorial on Dark Elves and talking about what's good about them. Dark Elves are not an easy faction to deal with all the time. Yeah, they're playing on their own now.
By Ulrich's wrath! Reichsguard Knights!
Honestly, I've made a lot of mistakes over the course of my mini campaigns, and I made one last night. I mean, you guys see how poorly fucking I played Tomb Kings? I mean, come on. But that's shit that you just deal with, you know? It sucks for sure, but experience is a fantastic teacher. A brutal teacher, but a good teacher. For the rest, though, you've got me, you've got Twitch chat. Like I said, the video guides, if you want to use those. So, this is up to you. What's your opinion on greenskins? I'm assuming the same as everyone else, even though I have a master roster. Most of it is mostly useless. I'm personally hoping for a retuning next after the upcoming Lizard Boy and Rat Boy update. Yeah, greenskins need a huge fucking overhaul.
Less than 3.
Huge fucking overhaul. Hey, Spartan Crowd, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate that. Greenskins need a ridiculous amount of time and attention and updating because they're pretty fucking garbage. They're pretty fucking garbage.
To me, man!
I hope to see them next patch, but honestly, I'm kind of hoping for Empire first. Veneron, should I buy the Chaos DLC? I don't know. I don't know, Travis. Should you buy Chaos? That depends, Travis. Do you like Horde factions?
For the Empire!
Have you played Vampire Coast? Travis?
Reichsguard Knights! In the name of the twin-tailed
I've never played a
Comet!
horde faction. Yeah, that might be kind of a rude awakening for you, man.
For Heldenhammer! Awaiting orders! I will not stand idle!
Norsca greater than Chaos? I would disagree with that.
We obey!
I play Vampire Coast, then you played a horde faction. Every admiral starts as a horde faction.
Oh, yeah.
So you're wrong. You actually have. They're just not a real horde faction.
Charge!
Yeah. What do you think that growth on their trees or their the growth on their shit was, Travis? They built cities and shit. Yeah, but they have horde mechanics.
Missiles at the ready!
What was the previous question? I've been enjoying the Grimhammer mod. Have you looked at that at all? No, I don't use mods because I try to teach as much as possible on my streams. And by playing mods on stream, it's really hard for me to teach people new stuff. Because then when they ask questions, I have to be like, oh, well, it's because of this mod I'm using instead.
Show us the foe!
And then they're like, oh. Okay.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
hence I don't use it. Norsca literally feeds into Chaos, so I'm tad unsure why you think that. I'm talking about mechanically speaking. Norsca is not a very fun faction because they get obliterated by the many sides and can't defend their own territory because they have a garbage-ass economy and not nearly enough troops to defend all that massive territory. Even the small amount of territory that they can get their hands on still gets easily overrun by the hordes of Dark Elves, Empire, Kislev, even Dwarves eventually, etc., etc., etc. Exclamation mark movement, Nix. Whereas Chaos is on its own little bubble. Gonna play Sigvald? You should. You absolutely should. Don't forget that Norsca don't get walls in their settlements. Exactly, which is like the biggest thing about playing on Legendary, is having walls and being able to prevent damage like that.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for the follows. I'm gonna play Sigvald. Is that a bad idea? No, he's definitely the best pickup you should. After playing a ton of hours, I moved to Grimhammer to change the game up, which was nice to relearn the game again. I mean, if you want overhaul mods, then that shit's always open for you. But like I said, you know, in terms of streaming, I'm not gonna bother learning overhaul mods. Any pro tips before I hit start campaign? All right, Travis, let me show you something really quick, okay? Patient with me for like 2 seconds. Okay. Follow my movement really fast. You're going to start up here with Sigvald, right? Somewhere right around here-ish or so. Okay. You're going to move him down just far enough to begin recruiting. And you're going to tear down so you're going to go over to his horde selection, his horde buildings or whatever, and tear down the Marauder building. Okay. And then you're going to move over here, and in place of the Marauder building, you're going to put the Chaos Warrior building instead. And then you're going to start recruiting Chaos Warriors, and you're going to win this battle. And you're just going to keep recruiting Chaos Warriors for as long as your economy can handle. And then you're going to play with Chaos and completely skip Marauders entirely.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you're going to do. Okay? Tear down the Marauder building, build the Chaos Warrior building instead. That's going to save you so much fucking time. You start with Sigvald because Sigvald has increased horde growth, which is really important to Chaos, being able to get a hold of...
Yes, to unite the provinces.
Getting a hold of... shit, can't remember. Oh, buildings, stuff like that, because their horde growth is, you know, a problem. First couple turns for Chaos is super procedural. Hell yeah, it is. Yeah, it's all pretty important.
And make your offer.
No. Sir.
Welcome, my countrymen. Disagree with that?
Okay, well, we tried. Sterling's gonna die, so I don't really see a point of talking to them.
Approach as friend and make...
I don't agree.
What do you think of Beastmen? I'm not a big fan of Beastmen myself, but I am going to try to teach myself how to play them here. Beastmen is like the one faction I haven't really played at all. Have they added a Gashnet? Nope. I prefer to watch vanilla if the gameplay seems relatable for me some reason. That's generally how people feel. I mean, if people are going to enjoy modded campaigns, they're going to enjoy it on their own time, really. Putting it out to an audience, unless it's like a special thing, then, you know, it's really no point. Especially because, like I said, I like teaching people. Whenever I was in college, I was going to try to be a teacher because I like teaching. That's what these are for. So, because of that, using mods kind of gets in the way for the most part. There were a couple mods that I would defend, or I did defend before we came out with the Redline update. But otherwise, playing with mods is generally just not a very good viewing experience, I don't think. Gyrane's mods are bae. Yeah, I agree. I mean, Gyrane's come up with some good graphical mods, for sure.
Counts.
I don't disagree.
Now.
Yeah, that's my problem with with Beastmen. Like, I understand that Minotaurs are an amazing unit. However,
As is
it's
my
getting
right
to
by
Minotaurs
Sigmar's
that's the hard
crown.
part. Once you get to Minotaurs, well, yeah, of course it's easy.
No.
Any kind of trade agreements and shit?
It is good to see fellow son.
No.
Yes?
We can try.
Come then. Only Sigmar.
Not likely.
All right. Surely an agreement will be reached, for are we not all sons of Sigmar?
If he survives this, we'll be friends with him. But I need him to survive against Bretonia
Greetings,
first.
my countrymen.
God damn it, Rubio and Toby. Oh, man. Who has that emote now, by the way? Have you guys seen that? They combined the two. It's just HUU and then another one that's UUU. Chang, okay, alright. I don't know, I couldn't remember who had it, but somebody fucking had it. Hans Frankenwerder. Ooh, Werder's Empire for dick. You know. I have to wait till the 24th to play new DLC. How come? Skull Smashes is gone. Marienburg is still Marienburg.
Surely an agreement will be Sigmar's will.
Let's see what happens here. Hi, Ben.
Yes. By Sigmar. No. Ready.
Okay, a little bit of a rough fight, but we've got the tools to make it happen.
Fights for our nation.
Where's Zag attempt 4? Wish me luck, man.
No
It's not
peace,
about
just war.
it's not about whether or not you get lucky with Warzag. The problem is Warzag just gets worn down by shitty garrisons. Did you put Franz on a horse or wait till Deathclaw? I wait for Deathclaw. Now that you can wait, I'd wait till Deathclaw. I actually really like Warzag a lot. Actually, and that's kind of what upsets me about the shitty state of greenskins, is because I want Warzag to be the dream, but he can't be because his garrisons are shit and greenskins are shit. So, what's your favorite vampire count faction now that there are 3 different starting locations? Haven't done one of their campaigns yet. I always start as Vlad von Karstein and take Drakenhof turn 2, which I will show in like 2 days. Or actually, there is a video on my YouTube that has the start. It's basically like the first educational I did, but it was on vampire counts because I love vampire counts. Whereas now I'm actually taking the time to talk about each of the different factions. But most of the shit I talk about in that tutorial are all still true. I don't know why my Squig quest wants me to attack 3 greenskin settlements. I mean, you remember that greenskins are not exactly bros with each other, right? Does Isabella and have Vlad come with me? I have no idea. And I have no idea. Do I just muster for a while or what? That's the problem with Isabella. Isabella can take Drakenhof turn 3, but it's much harder than Vlad. You have to remember that Vlad starts with probably the 2nd strongest army in the entire game. Dorse is OP. Dorse is OP, but that's if you want to start as just regular vampire counts. I enjoy playing as Vlad instead. Vlad ensures that you have a very strong early game. Not saying that Dorse doesn't, but it's a lot choppier. I mean, you can't deny having 3 Vargeist and a unit of Blood Knights on turn 1 is really fucking good. I don't understand their magic currency. Okay, I'll explain that. I'll explain. How to use gyrocopters effectively. You use them as harassing units for like artillery and shit like that.
Reichsguard Knights. Formation march.
Not a big fan of gyros. If you had to pick a race, which one is smack dab in the middle of the difficulty meter for campaign? I think that can be said for a number of different factions, to be honest. I think a lot of that depends on your own experience. I mean, what's easy for you is not going to be easy for somebody else. So I think it's kind of hard to say exactly, who would be, smack dab in the middle in terms of difficulty. You think Luan has a stronger starting army than Vlad? I definitely think it's close. It's close. Movement. There you go. That's the easiest way to explain it. Highlight things, and then hold left alt, and then drag. I mean, that's what I say, Rubio, but every time I talk shit about gyros, fucking Ned gets angry, so I think he's secretly a Dowie lover. That's what I think, at least. He's all about beastman this, beastman that, but actually likes the stunties.
Oh, yeah.
Give the follow. Or how to spread corruption? Oh, well, like I said, I do have an early video that explains a lot of that stuff. Does Louis get Grail Knights or Grail Guardians? He doesn't get either one, but he does start with 2 units of Pegasus Knights, 2 Blessed Trebuchets, or say it's just a regular Trebuchet. I can't actually remember, but it's 2 of them, either way. And he also gets a couple Knight units as well. He gets a lot of units for turn 1. He gets a lot of units. I think Vlad might be stronger simply because Vlad can immediately start, raising zombies and shit, and that's all you really need to be successful with Vargeist. Whereas, Manfred actually, or I'm sorry, whereas, Vlad has to, or Louis has to actually recruit units. So I guess if you look at it from that point of view, Manfred probably has the better of the 2 armies. Feel like he kind of needs those units. I mean, what lord doesn't need a fucking 1,000 units? I mean, I think you could make that argument about literally anyone. Vlad can also single-handedly kill certain armies. I mean, so can Luan, just with a lot more guff and determination. If you're talking specifically about Wind of Death, I understand. But that's not to take away the fact that Louis is a really fucking good duelist.
not stand idle!
The Empire endures! Fire! Take position! Yes, sir! Quickly!
I need to maneuver things a little
Glory
bit.
to the Empire! The Empire endures! Handgunners!
Louis is a beast.
Lingering!
I mean, the only reason why Vlad can do that shit is because he's a caster, but honestly, that's because Wind of Death is amazing.
For the
If it wasn't for Wind of
ready!
Death, Vlad wouldn't be able to do it either.
We serve the
Whereas, I remember when Norska was still, like, hardcore broken, as in, like, they were just spamming shit tons of units and, you know, we didn't have the new Norska. I remember Luan being the only reason why I won a couple of fights, just because he just would not die. Just would not die.
For the Emperor! Reichsguard Knights! Quickly! Roar!
Let me see if we can charge these boys really quick. Yes, I know that they're spears. We should be able to break them quickly enough.
Handgunners! Reichsguard Knights! Ready! No lingering! Quick march! Moving now! Take the ground!
No, I'm aware.
Go!
I'm just gonna... I'm throwing that shit out there because I know somebody out there is like, but they're spears! They're gonna kill you guys! I've been streaming for a while. I
Call France!
know eventually what people are gonna start thinking.
Reichsguard Knights!
Just start shifting.
Reichsguard!
I agree, Mystic One, and I'm actually very curious, more so than I really thought I would be about a Bretonnia update.
Formation! On!
I think what you're thinking about right now,
Now!
you're wondering what I look like with long hair.
Ready! Obey!
They've said a little bit generalized about what the update is going to be for Bretonnia, but no, they haven't come out and actually talked about. They haven't actually talked about any kind of things. I'm hoping that they talk about it tomorrow, officially, so that we get an idea of what's happening. Thank you, Third Paradox. All the lords are going to start with mounts, but it was more. I'm more interested in like things like the Confederation update, like the fact that they're going to be able to be easier confed. I hope.
Withdraw!
For Ulfdorf! Formation!
We're losing that flank, which is not good. This is not breaking fast enough, which I'm kind of weirded out by right now.
Taking position! At speed!
Yes, the Bretonnia update is coming with the rats and the skinks.
Charge!
What the? Oh, wrong one. Okay.
Reichsguard! To battle! Withdraw! Quick march! By your command! Quickly! Get them! Sigmar calls!
This is legendary. This will always be legendary.
Our weapons are yours! In range!
Unless there's a weird fucking time thing that makes me play on a lower difficulty. Otherwise, I will always be playing on legendary.
Prepare for combat!
Spearman! Halberdiers! Yes, sir? Sir! Yes, General! The Heldenhammer!
My subjects call!
Handgunners!
Okay, what are you liberating?
Sigmar calls!
I'm confused. What are you liberating? Kislev.
For Heldenhammer! For Heldenhammer! Ready to serve! Sir!
Come on,
Ready!
break that lord.
No lingering!
All we need is just break that lord.
Moving
That's
now.
all we need.
We serve the Emperor!
That might end it.
With a twin-tailed
That does end it. Look at that. Bloody and broken, but no actual losses. Whom do you recommend as a good beginner lord? Have about 40 hours in the game as Malekith. Try Kroq-Gar now, and the learning curve seems huge for him. Kroq-Gar is just somebody that isn't like real hand-holdy. Once you understand the game a little bit more, Kroq-Gar, you'll enjoy Kroq-Gar a lot more. But I think that if you're still trying to learn the game, try out Tyrion High Elves. That's another way of playing the game and another way to approach the game. What about Malekith did you enjoy, or have you enjoyed? Because that gives a good indication of like what you might like in High Elves or future campaigns.
They will obey.
Future factions. I think it's Empire, and I want Kislev to be for RP, but they got wiped in the first cast. Yeah, they're pretty much always going to get wiped out. That's just a sad, sad reality you got to live with.
Summon the Elector Counts.
All right, we are going to go ahead and give Emperor's Finest to our swordsmen and spearmen. Unfortunately, we did, whenever they changed the red line, they changed it so that we don't get great swords get bonus melee attack, melee defense. And honestly, that's a huge nerf. This used to be Honest Steel. It and Emperor's Finest used to be kind of combined, and now we don't have it anymore. That makes them feel really bad, because honestly, that's a huge drawback for great swords now. Great swords really need all the melee attack and melee defense they could possibly get. And now they don't have it.
It is good to see fellow sons of the weak order. So,
Oops.
by Sigma's
One faction. Oslin still won't. Sterling's going to die immediately.
by Sigma's will,
For now,
come
what?
in peace.
Public or great power? Yeah, I thought so. I've enjoyed playing the bad guy for once in the campaign. His spells were very strong as well as visually pleasing. Malekith is one of the strongest standalone lords in the game. Hi, DK. Are guns more capable of friendly fire than bows? Is that why you went around and flanked them? No, it gives better line of sight to flank around. They're both just as like guns won't shoot if they think that they're going to cause friendly fire, and so I move around to the side like that to give better shots. You're basically going to get more DPS that way. Skrulk seems noob friendly to me. I mean, if Skrulk is fairly noob friendly, but I don't think Skaven are a faction that you can necessarily pick up and be like, oh shit, they're amazing, they just fall into place. If you're still trying to learn the game, playing as Dark Elves and High Elves are probably the best way to do it. High Elves for sure, and then Dark Elves are not a bad approach afterwards. I like Lizardmen a lot, for sure, but I also prefer to play Kroq-Gar because I like Kroq-Gar's start is bumpy for sure, but boy, once he starts to shine, he really shines. Speaking of Malekith, why can't I instantly set up trade or some sort of agreement with him as Morathi? I mean, our intro thing is I will see Malekith crowned. Because of the distance between the two factions. Is it shitty? Yes, but that is sadly the truth. That's assuming he owns Vampire Coast.
Attack! Men, we must attack.
Oh yeah, I mean, Kroq-Gar, like I said, is really enjoyable. And actually, I would have already done my Lizardman start, if they weren't getting updated here. But since they are getting updated in this patch, I didn't see a reason to go ahead and play Lizardman. Why doesn't Malekith spread corruption? Because technically, Malekith worships Cain, and Cain is against corruption. Cain, although he sounds very similar to that of Khorne, Kane is not Khorne.
Swordsman!
Kane is an elven god. Khorne is not an elven god.
We are Sigmar's heirs!
Our weapons are yours.
So Malekith does not spread corruption because,
Finisher!
well, his god doesn't want him to spread corruption.
Free
Kane hates
company!
Khorne too. Khorne hates Kane.
By Ulrich's wrath!
And technically, although there are a lot of similarities between the two, they are actually different deities with different approaches to things.
Our weapons are yours.
Kane is basically the god of blood, but also of ritual sacrifice, whereas Khorne just wants everything to fucking die in the most brutal way as
We
possible.
are Sigmar's heirs.
So Malekith hates his mom? Yeah, actually. They end up hating each other, or they end up screwing each other a lot in a lot of ways.
Finisher!
For the Warhammer.
Did all the elven gods die or are gone in Age of Sigmar? I think that like Barathi and Teclis and shit took over as the elven gods. Phrasing? Yeah, usually.
Phrasing?
Go for Heldenhammer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of gross. Actually, they've actually retconned that shit.
By Karl
They became the new Pantheon? Yeah, kinda.
to battle.
Rush steam tanks? Well, it's gonna take a little while to rush steam tanks.
We serve the Emperor.
It'll take a little while.
Spearman. Crossbows ready, General.
They did retcon it, but I mean, nobody forgets.
Reichsguard Knights. It's
Nobody
over
forgets
today.
because it happened for so goddamn long. It's not like it wasn't like, you know, one edition it was happening and then they decided against it later on. It happened for like 3 or 4 editions. And then they were like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that.
Attack.
By Karl Maraz!
Ready for war. Soldiers of the Empire. Reichsguard Knights.
Well, it's more that like GW has been trying to make their shit a little bit more acceptable for mainstream shit.
For the Emperor.
I mean, if you look at Demons of Slaanesh, like back in the old days, you know, 2005, things like that, Slaanesh demons had their tits out on tabletop all the time. That's all they did was have nipples. And then if you look at the new models for Slaanesh and Demons of Slaanesh and shit like that, you'll find that they're all conveniently covered up. DK, 15 years is a long time in tabletop gaming, okay? A long ass time. That's a long time.
We serve the Emperor at speed.
DW has realized that, you know, in order to attract more, you know, of a broader audience, maybe we should tone down some of this weird shit. Which, from a business point of view, is a good idea.
Oh, yeah.
Think of the follows. Does that mean Doom Riders rode around butt naked? I mean, I think he just snorted a shit ton of cocaine.
Summon the Elector Counts.
Think this is my main game? Yes, this is my main game. Just got off a fairly extended break. So that actually brings up a good point. The plan is to play this through at least till we start getting close to Three Kingdoms. We'll play Three Kingdoms. There may be a week or two in there, where instead I play either Anno 1800 or Imperator Rome. And then after Three Kingdoms in June, they should have the full launch for their Billions. So when that happens, good. I'm sure you'll be seeing more of me. Total War's my newfound love. Rip PoE. Boy, it's funny. There's a lot of people in here who like PoE as well, too. Is there a coincidence here? I don't know. 2 turns away from crossbows.
Bring me to my men.
I love cocaine. I mean, who doesn't? Joe Kane loves cocaine. Dota Master Race. There's fewer Dota players here. There's still a couple, but fewer. I know that I want crossbows and probably about 4 units of crossbows. It actually fits this fairly well. I think we will eventually end up dropping Free Company. Free Company are neat and all, but you know. Hearing a lot of negative things on Three Kingdoms. How do you think it's going to turn out? The negative of Three Kingdoms was more or less that things got pushed back, but that's exactly why they pushed shit back. It's because, you know, they realized that they needed to change some things. Oh, also, we're going to go ahead and cheese this a little bit. Monster Hunter, Regal. Sure, you're fine.
Warrior of Sigmar. Protect.
Get out of here.
Now.
And that was that. I'm not sure if I know how hard to have you.
Yeah.
Look at the follow. Man, guys, a lot of follows. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it a lot, guys. Appreciate it a lot. Keep that for now. I might change my mind on it. We'll keep it for now. I think, honestly, that there's probably going to be a DLC later on for Three Kingdoms that's going to approach it from a fantasy point of view as like its own little standalone thing. Because I think CA knows that there's a shit ton of potential there for it. And for, oh, there we go. There goes Marienburg. I think because CA sees that there is a shit ton of potential for it, as well as with them already doing Three Kingdoms and shit like that, I think there's a good chance that we're going to get things like Cathay and Nippon in Warhammer 3 as DLCs later down the road, as they want to explore like Chinese and Japanese mythology a little bit. I mean, let's face it, it'd be pretty fucking dope to have samurai in this game. Like, come on now. That'd be pretty dope. Pokeboys? Sure. Okay. I can't quite tell, but does Iron Drakes kill a lot of friendlies? They potentially can.
Your prestige grows,
They potentially can, but dwarves usually have an extremely high health pool. So it kind of depends on your angling. Just be careful where you're angling it. If you're not angling it like really bad, then that's fine. Okay, so there's a couple things that we need to worry about here. We need to go ahead and get crossbows. I guess is another turn away. We do need to get crossbows. We also need to go ahead and do the battle of Bloodpine Woods, which I guess we're going to start force marching our way over. We do want to make sure that Helmgard is upgraded because we know that Beastmen are going to be coming for Helmgard. They used to be scripted to start heading towards Helmgard somewhere around like turn 10, turn 15. So because of that, we are going to watch Helmgard very closely. If we can intercept Beastmen, that would be the grace. With that being said, I think we're safest on the Grunberg side, so we're going to go ahead and Heilhart.
Is it time?
And then we're going to start moving. We might actually go. We might teleport to that. Might not. I need I want crossbows first, though. We
Bring
want a
me to
healed
my
armor. We
men.
want crossbows first. Steam Boys greater than Iron Drakes. We'll get there. That's right. Thank you for the 11 months, DK. I appreciate it.
FNJWARFN Jax.
What's your plan for early game income? Marienburg, Sylvania, Bordello, or something else? Bordello. Bordello is still the plan. Iron Drakes are a good unit. They're just kind of easily replaced because there are other units like Thunderers that kind of do the same generalized goal of them, but without, needing to be a tier 4 unit. It's Rage now, DK. Rage. Actually, it's been a long ass time, but I should be hearing back about Poggers getting FNJP updated, because it needs to be updated. Which Wizard Lord are you hoping to get from Battle of Bloodpine Forest? I'm okay with Life, Shadows, even potentially Amber. I don't want Light. Oh, Heavens. I'd actually really like Heavens. Heavens over Beasts. So yeah, so Heavens, Shadows, or Life are what I would like.
I am Prince and Emperor.
I just generally
I
like
command
Heavens
here.
in general. Heavens, I think, is a very good lore. I feel like Fire loses its usefulness
I see
somewhat
no other
quickly.
option.
I know that sounds silly, but
The nation calls.
I feel like it's just not nearly as good until later. Or it's not nearly as good later on. It's one of those lores that, it's okay, but not amazing. Let's give leadership form first, and we'll do rank later. And Maiden Web plus Heaven's Mage Comet. I mean, could do that, yeah. Fire has good leadership penalties, but that's really only useful on like lower units, and they don't really have a lot of armor piercing damage. They do have that that AOE piercing bolts. It's kind of expensive though. Which lore gets chain lightning? That's Heavens. Starting off with Gelt. Fed, I explained earlier why I don't start with Gelt. Anyone else find it odd that Empire has more access to magic than other factions? No, that was kind of their appeal, actually. And actually, they should have access to death as well, according to lore. Yeah, no, it starts with Gelt. But I'm also sure that Elich would tell you that the difference between the two is really not that huge, and that you could still pick whichever one you wanted. Elich is also a god of this game, so things to consider. Did I miss the tic-tac-toe breakdown? You did. You did. Yeah, and I don't care as much about the extra armor. Also, I want my Griffin boy. Shouldn't High Elves and Lizardmen have more lores of magic? High Elves potentially, but High Elves get what, 5 lores now? But if you give them too many lores of magic, like, they're just basically the better Empire in every single way. Lizardmen, on the other hand, not really. We gave Lizardmen Lore of Life. That might actually not be good. Might be a little bit too good. Does an Empire get less wins than others? They get a lot of followers. So, not quite the same. We're going to go ahead and teleport there. All right, so this is the Battle of Bloodpine Woods, which is an early game quest. This happened a lot in Warhammer 2 or Warhammer 1, but not in Warhammer 2. Oh shit, I should have had an extra spot. Do I want to go ahead and do that? You know what? I do, actually. I do. I'll waste the 500 gold. That's okay. I'm okay with that.
By the comet.
I'm going to show you guys something.
Summon the Elector Counts.
I'm going to waste the 500. That's okay. Stupid, but we're doing it anyway. So here's the thing about Empire, or about any faction, if you didn't know this, about stealing artillery. So if you're fighting your own faction, and you don't have a full army, a full 20-slot army, or 20-unit army, you can wipe out artillery pieces in rebellions, or actually, I mean, any faction that is your own faction. You can steal their artillery pieces. Battle of Bloodpine Woods is a great opportunity to either pick up a mortar or what I'm hoping for is a Hellstorm rocket battery. Hellstorm rocket battery early game would be great. Either one would be nice. And we're going to try to wipe out all of this artillery with the Reichsguard. But we are going to try to steal the artillery pieces for us. Am I greedy? Hell yeah, I am. They're both good pieces. But you can steal Artie? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Give me a second to answer that question, Roadkill. Couldn't you get 3 and take all 3? It's a chance.
Come, men. It seems Todbringer sends his midden wolves across the Reich to test our mettle. He seems to think that since my father's death, Reichland is weak, and we cower under our beds waiting for these Ulrich worshippers to save us from our woes. I say we Reichlanders are more than capable of defending ourselves. I say we show Todbringer's mongrels that Reichlander blood flows through our veins. We face the trespassers deep in the blood pines. Keep your wits, lads, for there is more than Ulrich's dogs in there. My father had to send the Reichsguard in to purge these woods of forest goblin filth more than once during his reign. Yet that is not what we face today. No! Today we send the Elector Count of Middenland a message that it is the House of Franz that protects the borders of Reichland!
Okay, so there's a couple of things about the artillery piece. First of all, it's a chance, and that chance is pretty low. Could I have disbanded 3 units here and potentially have gotten 3 and potentially get 3 units of artillery? Yes. However, in the, I don't know, 3-4 Empire campaigns I've done in the last year or so, every single time I've never stolen 1 piece of artillery. So you can try. You could definitely try to do it. I just don't think you're actually going to be able to do it is the problem. But you could definitely try to get all 3 pieces if you wanted. Having just a single slot open and not getting any one of the 3 means that it's probably going to be pretty goddamn hard in order to get more than 1 piece. Okay, Roadkill. You usually upgrade city halls before the capital's provincial hall main building that provides more building space. Would you say that holding off upgrading smaller towns to save growth for upstream capital is worth more? You should upgrade everything to get to tier 3 first. The reason why is because tier 3 does give you the option of getting walls on your settlements, and you do need to get walls on those minor settlements to prevent having them sniped by enemy factions. And so get everything to tier 3 first, and then, because of how important walls are. And before anyone's like, but you can deploy on both sides of this hill, I don't really care. You can do both. It doesn't actually matter here. I don't deploy on both sides because I can't pause. So executing a pincer in this ambush doesn't really work out very well. And before I know somebody's thinking that question. But anyways, yes, you can steal artillery. Like I said, it has to be the same faction as you, and you have to have an empty slot in the army. But wiping out the crew completely is the way that you do it in order to have an open spot. Geld is kind of a selfish prick in all his speeches. Yeah, the double flank is okay if you can pause, but since I can't pause, executing an actually good double flank here, or a double pincer, is kind of not worth. Should be able to steal hell cannons. Pretty sure that you can. No, because the unbreak. Actually,
Reichsguard!
let's see why you can't.
Yes, sir. Quickly. Crossbows ready, General. Understood. Sigmar calls. That's an order. Take them.
They have reduced melee defense.
Taking position. The Empire.
You get bonuses, just not in like perhaps the traditional way you think of it.
Crossbowman. Take position.
Yeah, I have noticed that before, Toby.
Now! Weapons at the ready. Yes, my lord.
Oh, I forgot to name them, DK. Remind me after this.
Ground!
Rename them.
Hand gunners! Swordsman! War!
That man is an eager man to go to war.
Soldiers of the Empire! Hand gunners!
I'm gonna focus on the mortar first. That first mortar.
Empire endures! Crossbows ready, General! Take aim!
Still a little ways away. Thanks, CJ.
Reichsguard Knights! We serve the Emperor! Take position! Hand gunners! We are ready! Quickly! By Ulrich Roth!
Yeah, it looks like 2 of the pieces are gone. Just waiting on the 3rd. Kill that last mortar. But it looks like all the pieces are dead otherwise. We just need the Reichsguard to poke these boys. Yep. Okay. This is Spearman. Yep. We should be good.
Swordsman! In range! Go! Standing by! Take the ground! Moving now! Die, traitor! Moving now! Halberdiers! Yes, my lord! Swordsmen! To battle! What do you bid? Sigmar guides us! Ready to fire! Ready for war! For Heldenhammer! Crossbowman!
Actually, finish that off the Pistoliers. Pistoliers are more or less just a thorn in our side.
Understood!
Doesn't actually matter so much.
By Ulrich's Roth!
Yeah, state troops do. Toby's right.
Strike these rebellious fools down!
Apparently I dropped a fuck ton of frames at some point. I'm not sure why.
Taking position! Hand gunners! To me, men! Attack! We await your orders.
As was previously mentioned, whenever you could farm rebellions as Empire, before they changed like the rating and stuff like that, yeah, picking up great cannons and shit like that by stealing the artillery was pretty nice. Like I said, though, that shit has changed because you can't raid anymore. Can't raid your own shit the way that you used to be able to. You know, effectively.
Powder dry! Yes, my lord!
It was abusive.
Reichsguard Knights, quick march! The Empire endures! At speed!
Yep.
Yes, sir!
I miss the days, man. Farming rebellions is Vlad just making a shit ton of money.
And gunners! Reichsguard! I will not stand idle! At speed!
Farming rebellions is Wood Elves, yeah.
Yes, my lord!
I don't know. There's a couple factions that
We are
I think they should have kept it.
no late.
Like, overall, I understand why they changed it, and I understand why it was kind of like bullshit. But at the same time, like,
Yes, sir, quickly!
before they've done the changes, the new changes to like vampire counts and stuff like that, waiting for corruption to be a thing is so fucking annoying.
Fight them!
Corruption's a lot easier to get as vampire counts now than it was, you know, whenever they changed rating. So it used to be that you just had to like sit around and babysit a city while you waited for it to get enough corruption.
Formation!
So like, I get it. I get it. It definitely wasn't something I was happy. And actually, the thing that I was most upset about with the rating, them changing the way that rating your own territory works, is the fact that they never fucking actually talked about it on a patch note. They just changed it. And they never specifically said, like, by the way, we're changing this shit. Antidote. Why did the dev decide to make breath attacks a target ability? Because, like, it's easier to target shit as things, because they're supposed to be aiming center mass. They actually had to change that too. I actually have to worry about replenishment. That's basically what we're doing anyway. Take the money.
Move! What do
Deckard
you
Cain?
see?
No. I already got a pick for him. I already got a pick for the wizard. That Shadows? It is
I am
Shadows.
here.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oops. Oh, whoops. I finger the shit out of that stuff.
I
Pokeboys.
command here.
Alright, we also didn't gain any artillery either. Well, happy birthday, Antidote. Do anything fun? It's not Jim. Did I make an oopsie? I don't know, Travis.
The nation
What did you do?
calls.
Guardian!
Bring me to my men. Moving off.
And mirrors bring forth items
It's
of
okay.
power.
No, it's not necessarily a mistake. You just gotta accept that
By
they're gonna
the
die,
comet,
pretty much
I
no matter
see no
what.
other option.
Once you accept they're gonna die, pretty much no matter what, then you realize it's not that big of a mistake. They usually get themselves into some really shitty fights. All right. It's I think it's V-Day. There we go. Now I don't have buddies. Well, get used to that as Chaos, because Chaos doesn't have friends. hate allying people because I feel like it makes the AI dumber. That's because it does. Hi, Doomy. Is it better to save points in the red line for high troops or just use them on low tier troops? What point in the game are you at, Doomy? Good night, Toby. Good seeing you, man. If you're early game, like, saving points doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. As you need pretty much every advantage you possibly can get. Later on, no. I mean, you know that your legendary lord is going to get to level 40 no matter what, right? I hope. So, those 3 points aren't really wasted because you're going to have all the points rather than, you know, another lord who will be lucky to make it like to 25. That starter lord's basically designed to make a few concessions anyway. The events is causing us not to have the rebellion. Interesting.
Who calls?
Interesting. Okay, well.
Yes, to unite the provinces. Sigma
Many more turns.
compels
Oh,
us on-
the events is over, I think. One more turn. No problem, Doomy. Put walls on shit. And we want to go upgrade all this and give it all walls.
Who co- By Sigma's will. Not likely.
Yeah. Austin probably still doesn't want to be friends. Guess we should try.
Come then. Only Sigma's God. I'll ignore that.
Sigma's will.
Marienburg's gone, so we're probably just going to go ahead and break our treaties with them.
Approach us, friend.
Later.
And make your offer. I refuse.
Not now. But later. Hell yeah, I'm going for the free real estate. I can talk about that here in a minute. Always going for the free real estate, at least until we get into Warhammer or into the patch where we see how Bretonia's power actually is. If Bretonia actually has good power now with the update, then that'll change. It just depends on how easy their garrisons are going to be. And actually, I guess kind of the AI of Bretonia as well. If the Bretonian AI is a lot more defensive, then it might be harder. Trade with the dwarves? I could if the dwarves could trade. But, can't trade. That's assuming the dwarves even get Barrackbar. That's the big problem with dwarves.
So
good luck getting them Barrackbar to begin with.
is it time?
Okay, we are gonna go ahead and sit here and ambush.
On march!
Let's see if the beastmen show up. So the two things we're waiting for is we're waiting for beastmen to show up from the south. Of which, by the way, actually, no, it's not. Usually, if you zoom in like this, we might be able to get them to zoom on now. Okay, so if that doesn't work, the other strat we can do is take a look at the corruption. So Chaos Corruption has not started in here. Paravan is untainted. Pelneles is untainted. This is getting untainted. So Brion getting untainted, or I'm sorry, getting what looks to be Chaos Corruption. If I were to guess, this is Chaos Corruption. So if that is true, the Beastmen are somewhere in this region right now. So they might still be coming our way. Is it worth trying to save Nuln from getting eaten by Skarsnik? I mean, I usually try to save Nuln, the capital itself, but otherwise, like, no, not really. If you really want to approach and go and kill vampire counts, then yeah, trying to save Nuln is not a bad idea. But inevitably, you're going to end up killing some of these factions in here. The problem is fighting vampire counts before Empire has artillery is not fun. Empires have pretty much every advantage you don't have. Counts and bloody spears, huh? Interesting. This is one of those be patient about Altor or be patient about Reichland and stuff, because we are going to leave it for quite some time. So we need it to be ready to rock. We don't want to be fighting any battles and we're going to lose things. Especially because we can't get mortars yet. That's the biggest problem. We can't get mortars for a while. Mortars would change things a lot. Good night, DK. You ally with Louis until Norsca kills him or conquering himself. I will eventually would kill Luan myself. The reason for that is that he is a decent buffer with Norsca for a while. I said goodnight because I'm going to be ending the stream in like 3 hours, which I don't think you'll be back for. Luan's a decent buffer with Norsca, but otherwise a lot of people hate him. And if you don't kill him, somebody else will. Probably Norsca at some point. So you might as well go ahead and take Corone for yourself, rather than leaving it in his incapable hands.
What? In the name of Magnus.
Okay, same thing as before. Now, when you do ambush, you are technically invisible to the AI. Technically. I think they still know where you are. They just don't, you know, move like they know where you are. Like I said before, you can kind of see where the beastmen are coming from. The reason I know about the beastmen is because we've done this before. We've done this a lot of times. It's experience that you kind of come with. So that's why I'm informing you guys of it. Of course, if Franz doesn't keep fucking failing ambushes, that would be great. Is Corone a hard battle, or should we be advanced enough so it's easy? Corone's a pretty rough battle. It's not fun. There's some good trebuchets, there's a lot of good knights in there. There's foot squires, there's peasants. They automatically have decent they automatically have decent walls and towers and stuff. Corone's not something that you can take easily, as it should be. It is a capital. Same like Empire. Empire's the garrison of Empire of Altdorf is pretty good. It's not amazing, but tier 5 it gets steam tank, which is pretty neat. I thought foot scarves for Dookie. They aren't against tier 1 swordsmen. And even against great swords, they're still not bad. They're not amazing. They're not bad. Foot squires are just shittier great swords. But they're still great. We're gonna get the rebellion, kind of like we want.
I am Prince and Emperor.
Which is why we're letting this happen now. Because we want the rebellion to go ahead and pop off. We are working, by the way, the whole time on our economy and by expanding. Actually, shit. We actually needed to save a little bit of money to get Altdorf up, so we're not going to spend anything this turn. Although foot squires can hold their own against great swords, that may be true, but we're talking specifically about Corone's garrison. Explain how people reduce the global recruitment time with buildings. I think you have to have like a large amount of the same building, something like I think it's like 8 or 10 of the same building, and then you reduce a global recruitment time by 1. But that's a pretty hefty investment, which you should receive something for that. If you've got enough territory to begin reducing the global recruitment time like that, you probably don't have too many problems with that issue. Is it 10? Okay. Yep. It is a thing, so we'll pick. It is a thing. Not something that you run into often, but it is a thing. When do you turn on guard mode? Also, how do you assign targets without having them chase? Well, that's what guard mode is. And I assign that primarily to my archers. Okay, so we still have a lot of Untainted. So Beastmen are definitely still in this generalized region. Same with Carcassonne. Carcassonne is 89. They're in Carcassonne somewhere. And then France is going to keep ambushing. I'm trying to get the trait right now. We can let this happen.
Not possible.
Them walking up to the walls is not really that much of a concern for us. We just want to make sure that we are not going to get bamboozled by beastmen. That's the main goal here, is to prevent that from happening. We're going to fight the rebellion, but I'm going to fight it with the garrison, because there's really no reason not to fight it with the two, because this is probably going to get like a great cannon or some other bullshit or whatever.
No.
We're fighting. You might as well just fight it with the garrison. We need to wait anyway and be a little bit patient. This is one of those like explosive growth kind of approaches. Sure, we need economy, but Jesus Christ, Karl Franz, can you stop losing that? Do I ever make more money with chaos? No, but you spend less money with chaos. But no, you don't make much more money. You raise a bunch of shit. Will I ever have this one army? No, you can eventually have more. It's just expensive. When you have a massive ass treasury, it's all right. You can steal party from pirate rogue factions as long as those rogue factions are the same faction as you, or rather, the artillery piece is your own faction. Has nothing to do with the actual faction itself. It has everything to do with what the piece is. But yeah, if you can kill it, you can steal it.
Bring me to my men.
I cannot.
Okay, so he has not moved up. This should just still be vampire corruption, which we're not worried about. Looks like Carcassonne are still having problems, so my guess is beastmen haven't moved through there at all yet. They're still sticking around. No, for sure.
Ready.
I wouldn't suggest it myself. Orc armies are usually much more of a pain in the ass
As is
than
my
they're
right
worth.
by Sigmar's crown.
We're going to go ahead and wait. We want to keep growing as much as possible, especially Helmgart. The walls in Helmgart, we don't have to worry about this shit. Your goal is to build Chaos Warriors first, raise everything, and then eventually switch those Chaos Warriors into Chosen, and then raise everything. Yeah, they didn't put a lot of thought into it, ZZ. Well, what should we do? I don't know. Just say like Beastman, and then make some grunting noises. You want to ally with anyone? Being allied with Hell Pit isn't necessarily a bad idea. It prevents other factions from resettling the ruins, so yeah, being friends with Hell Pit's not a bad idea. Yeah, they true, but who else are you going to trust up there, Nyx? Are there other places? What do you mean by other places? Other places to be friends with you, or what? Because, no, Chaos pretty much hates everyone. Mm-hmm. No, Chaos, like I said, hate everyone. Let's see what this rebellion looks like.
Attack!
3 great cannons, huh? 3 great cannons. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to move Franz through here. Problem here is that I'm afraid they're gonna just see it come at Helmgart. There's a lot of cannons. They are currently engaged with this. I think I'm gonna go ahead and march stance over.
I see no other option. Pick up the pace
And deal with this at least. Like how many minnows he had? Oh, I love it. I love that he has at least 5.
Ulric's will!
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Alright, we're going to use the rest of this garrison to basically punish as much as we can. The only reason I'm doing this is because we've got that other unit of beastmen nearby. Also, is it bad that the dwarves I'm raising and just going back and rebuilding his cities? No, raise it again, dude. Raise it again. Burn it to the ground. You want to keep that shit raised as much as possible. Raise it to the ground every single time. All you care about is destruction. I mean, he's early game CJ. He doesn't have that shit yet. I'm just going around in circles. Yeah, a little bit. Somebody will eventually resettle it.
For Heldenhammer! Ready to serve! Sigmar calls! Send us out! Missiles at the ready! Take the ground! Taking position! At speed! Sigmar commands! The Empire endures! Swordsmen! We serve the Emperor!
Yeah, go ahead and send the handgunners at me first. That seems like a brilliant idea.
Empire endures! For
That seems like a
Heldenhammer!
brilliant idea.
Quick march! Pulse! No lingering! Obey! Formation! March! Understood! By Ulric's We serve the Emperor! Loaded, sir.
Oh, those are grenade launchers. I didn't even notice. That's not good.
Swordsman!
We'll deal with that here in a second.
Sigma! Take the ground! To arms, men! For Heldenhammer! Plot us the target! Fire! Moving now! Go! Quick march!
I'd argue that you're not playing Franz Empire Knights are good because money is tight on Legendary. I'm never. Ooh, God. Ooh, God. Ooh, that hurts. Ooh, God. Ow, 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 ow,
Moving now!
ow.
Yes, General!
Still not fond of Empire Knights.
For the Heldenhammer! Cavalry ready! Sigma calls! Missile infantry!
Like, that doesn't really change. Empire Knights, I still think, are a pretty shit unit.
Cavalry pick them off! Spearmen! To battle! Go! Reichsguard Knights!
It's okay, they can die. Actually, holding them in place is actually not a bad thing for us right now.
Yes,
We're in the wrong spot right now.
Swordsman, no lingering!
Too far.
Standing by! Yes, my lord! Call France! Get them! I'll do calls! Bending reality to my will! Our orders! Take the ground! Yes, General! Get them! Sigma calls! Yes, sir! Quickly! Prepare for combat! Charge! AK! General! Sigma calls! No lingering! Mortar! Pick your target! The Empire yours! Pick them off! Take the ground! Formation, march! Reichsguard Knights! Armed and ready! Prepare for combat! Great swords! Mortar! Yes, sir! Missiles at the ready! Shoot! Sir! That's me! Formation march! Yes, sir! Quickly! Crossbowman! For Sigma! Fire! No lingering! Quick march! Ready! Sigma call! Missiles at the ready! The Heldenhammer! Halberdiers! Crossbows ready, General!
Give me a second, boys.
To battle!
I realize this is kind of boring, but I want to make sure that we get through this without problems. Actually, all right. How could it be if we got an Empire update we all deserve, and they could add things like Knights, Panther, and more religious units like Sigmarite disciplines? I do think that an Empire update would be really nice. TJ, it's not really funny. I also would like an Empire update. That would be very nice. Just don't auto-resolve. Rosapine, come on, you should know better by this. Come on, you should know better.
Crossbowman! Our steeds are restless.
Man, it's even assuming that Empire's going to get new units. I mean, just because Dwarves got some new units does not mean that Empire's going to get them. Empire Coast is notoriously good at auto-resolve. I don't really think so.
No lingering.
I'm saying, like, don't auto-resolve ever. You'll save yourself so much more. Save yourself so much more trouble. You just don't auto-resolve, forehead. Just win the fight. Right there. I mean, don't you remember that clip wherever I fought the bombers that Luther had early game? Oh man, one of them fucking survived. God damn it. Hey, and she looked nice.
Impossible.
Summon the Elector Counts.
I cannot.
Should be an easy enough battle to follow up with. Berserker rank, the speed isn't going to change much. Now we're going to keep saving money, I think. For now. It's okay now because we get dinosaurs that spit fire. You're right, just like my mixtape. The legendary hero discussion Discord. I mean, I probably saw it. I mean, I do read everything in my Discord. So, not sure how I feel about Chaos. They're pretty one-dimensional, not that interesting. Even their horde buildings and tech tree. Do you remember that Chaos was one of the OG factions? So, like, yeah. Your mixtape belongs in the Dinosaur Age? Probably, yeah. I can't keep a beat. So. More excited for the sniper team's Rattling guns. I think honestly the Giselles are probably the biggest unit to come with the DLC, simply because the things that were added to Vampires on my brain. The units that were added to Lizardmen aren't as core, I think, as the Lizardmen or the Giselle units are going to be. I mean, Dwarves have also had a couple updates. Like, you wouldn't have liked Dwarf Grudges to begin with very much.
Fight for our nation.
But I think you played later on when Dwarves didn't have those grudges anymore.
Bring me to my men.
Yeah, sort of man, anti-heroes. Take that shit. All right. What do we want to go ahead? We're probably going to go ahead and get Imperial Gunnery. Okay, so I guess I haven't talked about Empire very much. So Empire being a jack of all trades faction in terms of their unit comps and whatnot, their artillery are really the ones that shine out the most. that being followed by probably their cav. So we are going to focus a lot on their guns, because shooting everything makes the world go round. Their infantry, although they do have a lot of infantry, are not particularly strong. Kind of like Skaven. They work, but that's about it. So when focusing on the red line, of course, we are putting points into the swordsmen and spearmen, because that's what we're going to be using for a little while, especially as we conquest in Bretonnia. And the next major thing is going to be getting our guns up and running. So we are going to get mortars. Let's go ahead and take Pentagon first. Okay, so the beastmen we're no longer worried about anymore, thank God. Probably the thought is that they won't get an update until Warhammer 3. And I don't know. Maybe, but hard to say.
Compels us onward.
One thing Skaven lacked was non-arty missiles. Now they have two extremely good options. Yeah, they're definitely going to be really cool, I think. I think Jezzails are really huge for them. If they did Empire rework, would giving them handgunner cavalry make sense? They already have handgunner cavalry. They're not great units. They work. They're just not great units. Orders are pretty fun. Not gonna lie, Archmagnus. The tier 3 grenade cav unit is great. If you can use them appropriately, the outriders with grenade launchers are actually really, really strong. The problem is that they've got short range and they require really heavy micro to be used effectively. But if you can use them effectively, they're really very strong. Really, really good. Almost disgustingly so. Yeah, grenades are really strong. Grenades are really, really strong. But like I said, you have to micro appropriately in order for them to actually be useful. As they have just such a short range, it's really hard to use them effectively without flanking them. I'm sure he means Graveguard. You do need to keep an eye on this. Now we're going to march back to Grunberg, because those boys are coming for Grunberg. Not actually sure we can reach Grunberg now. This is the kind of bullshit that happens in Empire campaigns, where you're like, man, everything's going so smooth, and then
Is it time?
shit like this. We don't need the leadership.
Who calls?
Good news is we can march Sansky within range of Grunberg.
Make
So
haste, men.
we're not going to lose anything, because we're not going to lose Grunberg, you bitch. Am I seeing you? I want to see you, Travis. I really do, but I don't know if I can make it, man. Like I told you, it's a long-ass drive for me, and I'm already getting off work at 9. No, I don't live near the city. No, I don't. It's about a half-an-hour drive from where I work to that place that you linked me.
It is good to see fellow sons of the
And then I don't get off until 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Which is why I was trying to figure out if I could see you another day.
Disagree
instead.
with that?
No, it's not crazy, but I'll also have just gotten off work in the city. Well, that's LA. Welcome to the Midwest, man. Have you ever actually been to St. Louis, Travis? Like, just like it's a purely informational question. You ever been to St. Louis? Okay. That's kind of what I thought. Well, we're a lot more sparse out here. American aunt who's from St. Louis. Does that count? No. No, it does not. Let me talk to Maddie. See what she wants to do. Oof. Yeah, those two places are pretty far away from each other. Montana's a little out there. I mean, by the time that we got into position to actually kill the vampire counts there, it would be over already. He'd already have regained position. That can happen in campaign. Mystic one. Only hard-coded for player. It's only hard-coded as player, not hard-coded for the AI. This is actually good because we're going to get some rep from this. Sure thing, Travis. AI cheats? Yep. Did I take you for a Wazuk? Yes. And that's two Z's, by the way.
For the Emperor! Crossbowmen! Spearmen! Crossbow ready, General! Sigma calls!
I identify as a wood elf tree spirit? Excuse me, what? Hello? Who the fuck told you that? Actually, Skull Crusher, it is possible for Greenskins to recruit a full army in 3 turns as the player as well. They get a ridiculous amount of recruitment. As much as I want to talk shit about that particular decision,
Ready for war!
it actually is true.
No lingering! Engage! Shalia protects us!
There haven't been that many. There haven't been that many Wood Elf campaigns. Come on.
To battle!
Well, you want me to play Orion?
By Sigmar's will!
Because no.
We are
The
Sigmar's
answer is no.
heirs! Formation march!
Morgan Freeman.
At speed! Reichsguard! Reserve group! Swordsman!
Good job, Ned.
At speed! Formation march!
I came for vampires and all I got was a stupid elf. Oh, man. No, it's a stupid tree. Let's be fair. It's usually a stupid tree.
Spearman! The Helden Hammer!
Usually.
Conditions acceptable. Sigma guides us. We obey. Crossbowmen, fire! We serve the Emperor. Sigma guides us. What do you bid? To battle!
Is this unexpected prequels?
To battle! Ready! We serve the Emperor. Take the ground. We serve the Emperor. Idle pawns! Bending reality to my will.
Why is there a Wood Elf faction all the way in the desert? Diversity.
Ah! Take aim! We serve the Emperor! Shoot! Moving now! Glory to the Empire! We are Sigmar's heirs! For Heldenhammer! Yes, General! Swordsman! Sigmar! Crafting illusions! To war! Sigmar guides us! Yes, General! Formation march! Reichsguard Knights! Your orders? Now! Sigma preservers! Hamilton, we're ready! Take the ground! Take position! Casting shadow! Swordsman! Reichsguard Knights! Sigma! Find your targets! Crossbow ready, General! Charge! Withdraw!
Really, CJ? Come on, man.
Handgunners!
You mod for one of the biggest dad joke streamers on Twitch, alright? Come on. Let him have his dad joke.
For the Emperor! Show us the foe! We obey! For the Emperor!
If Nerd was here, he probably would have modded him right on the spot. It's a quality issue? Come on, man. Come on. Thank you, Bambalam, for the random gifted sub, man. I appreciate it, dude.
Crossbowmen!
Who would you say is a must-play faction or lord? I need you to be a tad more specific on what you mean by a must-play.
Ready for war!
As in, I've never played this game before and I want to learn how to play it, or through the course of owning this game, should I play X faction?
By Ulrich's wrath! For friends! Crossbow ready, General! Sigma guide our fire! Yes, sir! Ready! Now!
As owning the game. Personally, Vampire counts. But, you know, that depends on if you enjoy Vampire Count style.
State troops ready! Now!
I don't know. I think a Total War Lord of the Rings should be kind of boring, actually. Not a whole lot of diversity. That's the great thing about Warhammer. There's so many fucking factions. Oh, CJ's just a hater. Woke up on the wrong side of the equator today, I see. You plan on recently playing the GOG version of Warcraft 2 or the upcoming Warcraft 3 Reforged? I played Warcraft 2, like the majority of the human campaign on stream, like last week or 2 weeks ago, and then yeah, I've already pre-ordered. Warcraft 3 Reforged. Game of Thrones for Total War would be a really bad idea. It would work for Medieval 2. It doesn't work for like a new franchise. Why am I at war with Chaos Rebels? Because all factions are at war with all rebels. I'm good. I had that happen to me one time when I was playing Beastmen.
Summon the Elector
That was fun. Ugh.
Bring me to my men.
Gonna go with Withering. It's actually kind of good that we have this economy now, because we can go ahead and get the mortar building and then start pushing into Bretonnia afterwards.
I am Franz. They will obey.
Look at all these goddamn puns in chat.
I will fight with
See
you.
what you've done by complaining about puns, CJ? Well, that's ballsy.
Moving off. By the comet. As is my right by Sigmar's crown. Is it time?
Would Total War Warcraft work? It wouldn't, because Blizzard would never sell that shit. Aether, I think it's the highest level. There might be 2 independent casts. That was an REO Speedwagon album. Can't get away with that shit.
By Sigma's will, come in peace.
No, sir.
Oops.
It is good to see fellow sons of the Empire. A weak order.
Hey, man, Thank you for the gifted sub, man. Yeah, adult stuff, Dan's game. I just want to sit at home and watch video games. Not for real, that's actually what I want to do. Toddy thinks you're weak? Yeah, Toddy thinks a lot of things. What would Toddy know? He only has one eye. We really trust people with one eye? Come on. Clipped and sending to CA. Hopefully, then that means that they'll end up making Toddy a lord. That's the real IQ play here, Travis. If we just focus on the fact that Toddbringer should be a legendary lord and should join the Empire, maybe we might just get him. Besides, if I don't get early access, Travis, who the fuck is going to teach you how to play this game?
I command here.
Kelby's too busy listening to Chainsmokers. What are you going to do, Travis? What are you going to do?
I am Prince and Emperor. So,
This is an important question. So he's in Paravon now. It's simple. We mentioned the Seaguard. That's true. Seaguard does bring Kelby out of hiding. You're right about that.
Yes? Approach us, friends.
We just fought the
Make
same
your offer.
faction, man.
Not likely.
So who is lower?
So,
Austin? Really?
welcome, my
Interesting. They should have made Kislev and Toddy a free LC. I don't think Kislev should have been a free LC, no. Kislev being a free LC means that Kislev's not going to get the love that Kislev needs. Toddy's pretty simple to make a free LC. He's already got a model, he's already got lore, he's already got all kinds of shit in the game. Kislev, on the other hand, requires a new roster or some kind of lord like that they need to put in. The Red Duke free LC. You add another vampire count lord, everybody's going to read about how many lords vampire counts have. That is entirely correct, Dax. Well, that's why I'm looking for a good Empire update as well. Just gonna be waiting for a while, boys. Two
The
turns,
Empire.
we get mortars.
I see no other option.
As soon as we get mortars, we can begin our conquest. People hate the free LC though. I think it's more or less the concept of them. And to be honest, like, let's face it, the flavor's pretty bland. We're not going to trade with Bretonnia because they're going to end up screwing us over at some point.
Sig, it is good to see fellow sons of the...
Correct, Travis.
Summon the Elector Counts.
All right, we wait 3 more turns and then we move out. Yeah. When you raise stuff, that's what beastmen do. That's pretty much all beastmen do, actually. The T-posing was supposed to be fixed, Swordable pick. Yeah, the Lizardman Air, even with Ripperdactyls, I think are still not going to be enough to really, like, you know, be that fun. He doesn't need the Ripperdactyls. It's just that Ripperdactyls would make his life a hell of a lot easier. Yeah. But is that one right going to make or break his campaign, though, tonight? It's just disappointing. Because you feel like there was a lot of room. But then again, if you think about it, everybody else basically already got, you know, their Elman Gorse style character. You know, the ones that are boring as fuck and don't really bring much. Lore-wise, at least. So I guess Lizardman needed one as well. Are Lizardmen getting AP skinks, or is that a rumor? No, the red-crested skinks are AP. They're a wheeled two-handers. AP skinks don't look that amazing. Nope. Guess we're all going to find out together, aren't we? Feels like the worst for DLC character, but I might be forgetting one from Warhammer 1. I don't know. I feel like Skaven could have got a better one than Tretch. Tretch works, but, you know. Could have got a better one instead of him. Remember, guys, we haven't even bought the DLC yet, so, you know. Fenrir Elite entire skink army playthrough with of Nosaurus? I don't think that's going to be the case. No? God, he loves Tretch. God, he absolutely loves Tretch. Elich doesn't like Tretch. Yeah, I'm definitely a lot more excited for Clan Scryer. Much bigger fan for Clan Scryer. I'm still going to play Tinywan first. Because he's my boy.
What?
Because he's a lizard. But, other than that. Oh, God bless mortars.
Yes. In the name of Magnus.
Throwing a hype? I wouldn't say hype per se. I would just say, yeah, I'm generally interested in seeing what they'll bring to the table. I'm excited to see a potential change for Bretonnia, is all I can really give you. Okay, by the way, we're Beastmen. Really? Okay, they're back in character zone again. It's possible that they could still bring out a flyer, but the problem is that Lizardmen don't have other flyers. Like, in terms of like giant ass dinosaurs that Lizardmen have access to, or rather had rumors of, or whatever, would be like Dread Saurian and like Thunder Lizards and shit. And those are both land animals. The Ripperdactyls are the biggest air dinosaur that Lizardmen had access to. Like, Lizardmen don't have dragons or anything like dragons at all. Do you think they'll add as a fourth lord for Bretonnia? I don't think they're going to add a fourth lord for Bretonnia at all. I think Empire's going to get one because Empire was at least a base faction, but I think Beastmen, Chaos, Wood Elves are all fucked in terms of getting new lords. I think my understanding of the campaign map and who to attack is what screws up my games. Well, some of that's going to be through experience. We trade towards. We can.
What? Welcome, friends of the dope.
All right, never mind. What do you think Norska will get when they come around to them? Norska's not getting anyone.
Ready. No peace, just war. Fights for our
Is there hope for
nation.
changing how Amber works? I had heard there was a guy once upon a time, one of the devs said that he wanted to change how Amber works, but we haven't actually had anything yet. They have said that they want to, though. Or at least one of them. I think it was Andy. I think Andy says that he wants to change how Amber works, but if Amber did change, it would be in the big-ass patch before Warhammer 3. Yeah, I'm with Nidus. The only faction I think that it's even possible for is Empire. No. CA never said those things. CA never said that they were going to make four lords. The only thing that they said is going forward that instead of making a mini DLC, or making a mini campaign, instead they'll just make them be 4 lords instead. But as for the Warhammer 3 or Warhammer 1 factions, there's really no guarantee that they will ever see any kind of love. And CA hasn't said anything about that. The only thing, like I said, the only thing that CA has ever said is specifically about how new factions are not going to bother with campaigns. And that is why we waited for mortars.
Halberdiers! No lingering!
I should put these guys over here.
Handgunners!
I just want an army of ogres? Well, wait till Warhammer 3.
Find your target!
Look at your ogres.
Cannons fire! To me, man!
Well, Klingon, that's exactly why people are kind of upset about things. You know, some people are like, oh my god, this is a new flavor, this is interesting, but a lot of other people were like, yeah, I don't know about all this shit, myself included. I think, honestly, a flying specialized lord when you only have a couple flying units, don't know about.
Ready! That's an order! Battle and blood await! Sigma! Fire!
Yeah, basically when I just said this right. No, there are a couple people who wanted tic-tac. I mean, nobody wanted tic-tac-toe before this point. But ever since they were like, hey, we're giving you tic-tac-toe, everyone's like, oh, okay, I guess. Pterodons are cool, but they're super squishy. I mean, unbelievable amounts of squishy. We know at least one more DLC for Warhammer 2. That's the only thing we know. We know at least one more. They said, so Grace has recently said it, as well as a little while ago, saying that this is not the last DLC for Warhammer 2. We have no idea what future DLCs could be for. No idea. What do we expect? Anything, really. Correct answer is really anyone. Not this game per se, but Warhammer 2 for sure. Or I'm sorry, Warhammer 3 will, I think, have DLC extending for a very long time. Dogboats of War? I really don't think so. And especially with how crowded Lustria is getting, I think Amazons are kind of out of it as well. They have left Western Lustria empty, but I don't necessarily think that that's an indication of anything. And actually, I think that if you look at the Vortex map for Southlands, I think you could say the same thing. Because honestly, there's not a whole lot of factions outside of Tomb King factions. Warhammer 2 factions, I mean. In the Southlands. It's getting a little crowded on Mortal Empires, but I definitely think there's room for Araby. Although I guess we are being a little bit premature. Probably shouldn't be worried about what the next DLC will be, considering that, you know, it's gonna be a long ass time for now. At least another 6 months. And before next DLC is Saurus Boys. Well, I mean, you can go ahead and screenshot your comment and pray to God that that's true, but don't think that's gonna be true. Ilya? Oh man. And CJ, you must not have been here earlier when I already talked about this. I almost wonder if we need somebody to clip this so that, you know, I don't have to keep repeating myself. Very slowly, I'll explain this. Warhammer 2 factions are Vortex first. Vortex first. Vortex first. Vortex first. The DLC is for Warhammer 2. Warhammer 2's default map is Vortex. So whatever faction that they could potentially release would have to be on the Vortex map. Talia is not on Vortex. You'd have to do pretty much all of, you know, the Southern Realms and shit like that. You'd have to add all that shit into it. Right? So unless they decide to go ahead and just add a bunch of shit to the Vortex map in order to make Dogs of War, you know, in that area, they could make them an entirely Horde faction, but I think that they've kind of shied away from the idea of Horde factions, considering they could have done the same thing for Vampire Coast, and they chose not to. Because I think they realize that Horde factions don't really work the way that they want them to. So, in order to have Dogs of War, Talia would have to be in the Vortex map of some capacity. So they'd have to add a shit ton of terrain to Warhammer 2 in order to make that work, which I don't think they're going to. Okay? That's why I say Araby or Amazons are honestly the two most likely. And Araby, I say Araby because I think there's still plenty of room in Southlands to make that work. Are we all together on the same page now, please?
Crossbowmen! Bring it down!
I would fucking adore fucking genies, man. Genies and flying carpets and shit. Camel cav, curved swords. Fuck yeah. Yes, Suchak. You goddamn poke sub. Just kidding, I actually like poke. Haha, free shower.
My subjects call.
What if they're just boys who want to go on an expedition in the Vortex? Okay, but how are you going to come up with 4 factions that are just on an expedition in Vortex? Remember that part? The 4 Lord part?
Yes.
Moving now.
Flying carpets versus pterodactyl is free real estate. Now we're talking side reel. Hell yeah, we're talking. Now see, that's where I think things are going to get real hard.
Call France. Call.
To battle.
Any pokers. We got young Dab in here. Gotta put Bog on the beat next, though. New World Colonies is next DLC for sweet U.S. representation. Ah, come on, they're a British company. Not like they give a shit about the U.S.
Taking position.
Yeah, he is, CJ. Yep. Young Dab's already here.
Quick march.
Spitting mad rhymes. Spitting mad rhymes. I know you can't see his name, but J Dab win. It's not happening, but okay.
Red Scarred Knights. We serve the Emperor. For Heldenhammer. Crossbowmen. Sigma.
Poke honestly gets too high. There's situations where you're like, Poke, pay attention for a sec. Poke. Oh, nope. The freestyle taco rapper? Yeah, as if he actually sticks around.
For France.
Besides, Young Dab's got production, baby. It's all about that production value.
Get them.
I'm confused. Occupy.
Men, I will fight with you. I am Prince and Emperor.
Ah, okay, gotcha. What if a lord has a set amount of army units that were always his lord and were never really killed off? They just replenish that ever dissipating without ever needing to be recruited, just like old general's bodyguard, but an army unit. I mean, how do you defeat the lord then? You never really kill the units. Just kill everybody? Yeah, I don't know about that, man. It does kind of kill diversity for the armies, yeah. You still need to worry about beastmen somewhere.
Greetings, honorable. No reason for
No reason for it.
Yes? It is good to see fellow sons of the Empire.
Not in my name.
Yeah, and that's over now. CJ, he's not going to do it anymore.
What you ask is
He's already said he's done RPing.
Bring me to my men.
Yep.
Now.
Actually, no, we can't. Never mind. We don't want to be greedy. I feel like we want to be a little greedy here. I feel like we're going to be a little greedy here.
So,
Greed is bad, boys.
what?
Sometimes it's
I am
hilarious.
France. They will obey.
Yes, Soda's done with RP. Well, first of all, right now he's in London. So that wouldn't be happening anyway right now. No. No, Sven's Forsen's already said he's done as well. No, he's Prince of Reichland, Lancer. He's the Prince of Reichland, and then becomes the Emperor. Yeah, I saw about him getting really pissed off, which honestly Coyle kind of backed him up and agreed with him, so that'll be interesting to see what happens with Oak, actually, because I kind of thought he was going to quit too. He might still. He had a very valid reason for being pissed off. The old world and the old game is just a different place entirely. No, the old world is in the old game. Old world is in Warhammer 1. Cops or EMS, doesn't really matter. Feels nice to come back to this. Sometimes, I don't know. Pretty excited for the update, but is the old world included in this edition of Warhammer? No. No. On the Warhammer 2 map, the Vortex map? No. Does not at all. A lot of undead boys. Yeah, I mean it has both, yes. But the map of the old world is Warhammer 1. Who is
I hunt.
They're with Paravan. Now we can focus down.
The nation calls.
Big ass garrison.
I command here.
I will not.
Ready. Attack!
It is forbidden.
It's gonna be a little bloody.
Men, war calls.
Not very though. I expected a little bit more resistance actually. Peasant mobs. For the New World colonies, they're basically Talia. They're not a breakaway of the Empire. See you, Klingon. Basically, the New World colonies are factions trying to explore. It's mostly Talian. It's based roughly upon like Istali and shit like that.
We are
ready!
Spain and Portugal and all them trying to gain a foothold on new continents.
Crossbows ready, General! We are Sigmar's heirs! Swordsmen! Yes, sir! Ready for war! Awaiting command! Right. Your orders? What do you bid?
Slacking the AI hacks a little bit, yeah.
Sigmar calls!
Taxis do exist, but the only person who had a taxi was kidnapped. Which the cops knew that. And they admitted that as well, by the way. It wasn't just that, like, you know, there was some kind of miscommunication. Like, the cops knew full well that there was issues. And they still just, like, went ahead with it anyway. That's why he was so mad about the whole thing. They knew that there was a lot of fucked up shit going on at that time, and they still let it happen. Yeah, this is in the GTA RP.
I will not stand idle.
Yeah, only players act as taxis to encourage RP. When isn't Buddha running from the cops, though? Like, let's be fair. Just for, you know, just for a moment. When isn't Buddha on the run? He's always got his fingers in something. I didn't know they even existed, Ned. Oh, they just opened the door? Nice. Nice.
Halberdiers, prepare for combat!
Well, that's gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with.
Find your targets!
Go ahead and take a little off the top. Assuming this doesn't bounce off the wall, which I think it will. Never mind. Good old prune gang. Hey, Skifu. Skifu's a coil boy.
Swordsman! For Heldenhammer!
Here. Yeah, I say, like, Jesus. I saw your sub badge, so I was like, holy fuck. You've known about this GTA RP for a long time. Fuck, man. And now we're just now finding out the joys of coil. Yeah, I see them a lot, actually. Yeah, I feel like siege battles need more work. Nah, not really. Oh shit, you can get in a no pixel? Damn, dude. You RP much?
We serve the Emperor!
But you've interacted with all the big boys, huh?
Warhammer!
That's pretty fucking cool.
Go! Swordsman! Sigma! For Heldenhammer!
Oh shit, how did Franz get up here?
Sir!
Oops, that was a mistake. Didn't want him up here.
Charge! Power of Odin! Oh no, what's good? Charge! Aye!
Nah, I mean, Ragebringer, those shit, I mean, you're already dealing with dragons and shit like that. You add more elements like that, game gets honestly worse. Doesn't get better.
Ready for war! Crossbowmen! Take the ground! To me, men! Halberdiers! For Franz! Ulrich's Rappaven! Break them! I will not stand idle! We are Sigmar's heirs!
Hey, Crazy Joker.
The Empire endures! Our weapons are yours! Crossbow!
Oh, yeah.
Follow. Yeah, we're doing alright.
For Ulfdorf!
Doing a little empire.
Swordsman!
Oh shit, that reminds me, I didn't upload Tomb Kings last night. I need to do that when I get off stream tonight.
Crossbowmen! Yes,
I
sir!
need to do that.
Halberdiers! Now! We are Sigmar's heirs! Swordsmen! No lingering! Halberdiers! No lingering!
Nice, Skifu. Thank you, dude. And hey, if you ever get a chance, you know, whisper my name to Coil, because he'll totally give a shit about it. But, you know.
No lingering!
I don't know. It's been a fucking blast. That is, his server's fucking amazing.
Sigmar guides us!
I can't RP, man. So maybe someday. Maybe someday. Talk to me then, alright? First, I'll learn how to do that shit. Then we'll talk.
We are Sigmar's heirs!
I don't know how I could roll with the big boys.
Swordsman! Sir!
I've been doing that shit for years.
Crossbowmen! Quick march! Yes, sir! Quickly! Now!
Just leave you at the login screen to be somebody else. It's true.
Endures!
That's true.
Crossbows ready
But no,
to
I'm
march!
okay.
Taking position!
I'm okay.
Formation!
But thanks, man.
March! March! We are ready!
Yeah, and say I've never played D&D. I've never had to RP before, really. I'd like to play D&D, but I think honestly the biggest thing for like someone like Soda was just like playing yourself, and so it didn't really matter like who he was. You know what I'm saying? He just played himself, and because he played himself, you know, he could always fall upon that reference point. Whereas I don't really have any kind of reference points like that shit. Want to learn it? I mean, I'm familiar with how to play and shit like that, but I've never actually played a campaign before.
Crossbows ready, General! Call France!
I don't know. Kevin's a little exaggerated, but because Soda definitely would not say like hating the women thing and shit, because he does hope to one day get laid someday.
I will melt the tiny minds!
I mean, come on, dude. You can hear him laughing on stream all the time, CJ. It's not like you'd be any different. How many times does fucking Milton just like burst out laughing on stream? Yeah. They don't take themselves nearly that seriously. And that's part of why No Pixel is so popular, because people don't take themselves seriously. I mean, they take themselves seriously to a certain degree, but not the same way other RP servers do. That's what makes them nice. Fucking Kiki loses his shit all the time. I actually, because my first encounter with Kiki was finding out about the hotel, or about the hospital thing. Army got chunked? Yeah. That's, imagine if we were fighting other swordsmen instead. Started playing FAM campaign. They're a little weird to play after Dowie. They will be. I think the thing is, Skipfu, is that Twitch chat takes it the wrong way because we don't know how they're feeling and we can't see their faces and shit. We can only hear their voices and how they're talking. And so based on all the information we're given, we assume, because of our bias, that they're taking things poorly. Oh shit, what was that? Armor of Meteor kind. Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
I command here.
Is it right the way things are approached? No, for sure.
Summon the Elector Counts.
Like, it's definitely bad the way that things are presented. But at the same time, like, in Twitch chat's defense, I can't believe I'm defending Twitch chat. In Twitch chat defense, I don't really know any better. Yeah, see, like, you would know when to laugh and when not to laugh, you know? You would understand that because you've seen things from a lot of different angles, whereas a lot of new people, on the other hand,
Bring me to my men.
are not going to recognize that shit. Wait, can I not recruit halberdiers? Oh, whoops, that was a mistake.
In the name of Magnus.
That was that was bad. We can't get a warrior priest, though. That's okay. We'll get the warrior priest then. Confidence seems good.
What do you require?
Yeah, high roller.
Now.
Yeah, for sure. People are definitely trying to do it for a living, so. In fact, Coil, I saw Coil in his chat trying to donate to his lawyer and trying to get her a new computer. Like, Coil was trying so hard not to laugh about how shitty her computer was, but it just, like, kept slipping out every single time. I'm always on Legendary Crazy Joker. Always, 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 always. He was trying so hard not to be mean to her. But every time he watched her stream, he was just like, oh, God, not this again.
Is it time?
Legendary. Always legendary. I'm always going to be playing on legendary.
All here.
Wait till the dwarves get their ass beat in, then they'll consider an agreement.
Cleanse the Empire.
Yeah, I agree, Ned. And Twitch chat is definitely the weakest part of the GTA. How will the new changes to Bretonia's work? The heroes have to pray or doing tasks instead of winning battles? I don't know. We don't know. Technically on my YouTube video, technically in here, I have an early vampire count campaign, or rather a first couple of turns of vampire counts with Vlad. That does not cover the new bloodline mechanic that they received. Otherwise, I'll be doing vampire counts 2 nights from now. So tonight's Empire, tomorrow is going to be dwarves, and then the night after is vampire counts. It was on so late, so it's perfect for me. That's kind of why I do it. I mean, I'm always up late myself. I've always been a night owl, so. But thank you, Surge of Chaos. It is currently 12:49 a.m. my time. I'm what you call a silly American. Silly, silly American. What does he take? Oh, it's probably vampires. I'm from the Midwest. Not to be confused with the dumb Americans. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Hashtag Roll Tide. Funniest part about Roll Tide is when somebody was actually upset about it because they didn't realize it was a joke. 10:50 a.m. so East Coast. It was a little while back, yeah. It's mostly in Ellich's chat. Like Ellich gets it's a joke, but
I command
man.
here. The Empire.
Sometimes everybody gets it.
Shield.
Yeah, somebody got upset because Rubio posted the Roll Tide command in Ellich's chat, and they got pretty fucking salty about it. Some of the lines are like, "Why would you fuck your sister?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's a local joke, man. It's a local joke."
Ready.
I have no idea where you're from, Crazy Joker. I wouldn't even be able to begin to guess. Yeah, it's just Euros who don't know it's a joke. That's the problem. That's all it is. They knew it was a joke, it wouldn't be so bad. They don't realize it's a joke. Oh, from the Middle East? That's cool, dude. Really? Kuwait? That's pretty cool, actually. You're about halfway around the world for me. Isn't the internet a wonderful thing? I agree, Rage Bringers, but they just don't know, man. Because all they look at it and just say, "Oh, wait, what?" Honestly, being able to see people from all around the world is one of the coolest parts about being a streamer. Especially if it's a fucking command in the channel. Now, I can understand whoever it was who got salty at Rubio for posting it because it wasn't naturally in Ellich's channel. It's from my channel. Like, I get it, you know, to a certain degree. But when it was explained, they still were pretty salty about it. Come visit in the summer? That's a long way away. That's probably what? Probably about a 30-hour flight for me. Probably almost 2 full days of travel. Oh, don't worry, CJ. We will definitely make fun of you. I've seen enough Flight of the Conchords. I imagine it's quite dry out there, yeah?
The Empire endures. Yes, sir. For Heldenhammer.
Did we not hit them?
Cannons, fire. Crossbowmen. At speed.
55 degrees Celsius. I speak American, so I don't actually know what that converts to in Fahrenheit.
Take aim.
Subtle insult by intentionally confusing me and the Kiwis? No. No, there was no confusion. It's that Flight of the Conchords hates Australians.
Combat.
So I've seen enough Flight of the Conchords to make fun of you. Because I know the Kiwis hate Aussies.
For the twin-tailed comet. Get them.
Close though. I could have gone with that.
Destroy. I will not stand idle. Charge. Ready. Setting forth. To combat.
Yeah, that's really fucking hot. 131 degrees. Jesus.
Crossbows ready, General.
Please use freedom units. Yeah, actually, sadly, yes. I'm sorry, man. An American. What do you want from me?
We are Sigmar's heirs. My subjects.
Hey, at least I'm not just dismissive of Celsius. I just need a little help, you know?
We serve the Emperor. Aldu Kor.
That's not cool. Why can we not... I'm confused here. Why can we not shoot them now? You guys are using mortars, right? These are mortars and not cannons, yeah?
Yes, sir. Quickly. Loaded, sir. Shoot.
State of Rivalry used to be a lot bigger of a thing back in the day, but isn't quite as much anymore.
Join those who dwell beyond.
Where are you from, Skipper? Michigan?
Sigmar, fire. Launch.
Minnesota. Ah, that's right. We've talked about this. Because my brother used to live in Minnesota. 40 Celsius, about 100 degrees. Okay, all right.
Sigmar calls. The Empire endures. We are Sigmar's heirs. Take
Shift
the ground.
over.
Sigmar.
Let's me break 3 free. I'm probably gonna flank here.
Mortar.
I feel like once you get that kind of weather, though, Skipper, you'd be like, no thanks. Yeah, I know they are.
Ready for war. Quick
Not much I can do
march.
about it right now.
Pick them up. Cannons, fire. Crossbowmen.
Has it got that cold in Minnesota recently? This last winter, I guess. Oh yeah, the polar vortex. Yeah, okay. That sounds about right. What's the winter like in Kuwait? Really? Oh, yeah, okay. Desert. Well, Ned used to live in Canada, so he's a lot more familiar with Celsius than I am.
Shield of faith.
I forgot about the desert. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Halberdiers! Sigma! No lingering! Take position! For France!
Wait, CJ, don't you use Celsius though?
Formation match!
Oh, you're saying Ned. Okay, I got it. I got it, you fuck.
In the name of the twin-tailed comet!
Yes! My rule is absolute!
Eager! Halberdiers! Sir! Shot!
Why do they go camping?
Sigma guides us!
Oh, really, Ned?
Missiles will fly!
Oh,
To
all right,
battle!
fair enough.
Don't stop until they're all dead!
Ooh, those Knights of the Realm are gonna suck.
We are ready! By Gal Moraz! Attack!
Really? All right.
Crossbows ready, General! We start the Reichsguard! Mortar!
Ready to shoot the mortars there.
By Ulrich's wrath! Battle and blood await! Mortar!
I should just stop
On
shooting
our
in general,
way.
honestly.
At speed! Charge the battle hymn! War! Prepare for combat! Mortar! For friends! To me, men! Yes, sir! Now!
Poke him. Just poke him. Well, for me, camping as well, but I'm not really much of an outdoorsy guy.
Your artillery, Graf! Yes!
Yeah, sure.
For Heldenhammer! See to it! This is my command!
And thank you for asking, by the way.
Sigma command!
Just sending it. Okay. There's some big ass tents.
Spearman! Reichsguard Knights! Moving now! The Grey Order! The
Give me mass
Empire
route. There's the
endures!
mass route. Alright, that is the end of Paragon. It does leave us
peace, just
fairly
war.
exposed for Vampire Count, or for the vampires. Hopefully they don't declare war, but they might. If they do, at least we
I
have
command
wars.
here.
Is there any point in picking Franz because the requirement is so easy? Because he has a much stronger early game. And honestly, I think picking Gelt for the armor is literally kind of a waste because that's it. You push into Bretonnia? Yes. Makes a good tank, and Franz needs levels in order to become a blossoming little flower. Whereas Gelt's bonuses are pretty much immediate. Oops, that's the wrong one. Move that. So, the reason why we went ahead and got the Warrior Priest is because you can see our replenishment is far, far better. Now we can spend maybe 2 turns at most down on our luck. Growth. So, anyways, yes, I picked Karl Franz. I've explained all this shit earlier at the beginning of the stream. But essentially speaking, I think that Karl Franz gives a more explosive beginning. And that's always the hardest part of campaigns, is the beginning.
What? By Sigma's will, come in peace.
Yeah, tier 5. Tier 3. He does have the gunnery, though. Federation
it is good to see fellow sons of the Empire.
All right.
Get military access to.
On it.
Might consider the Confederation, but inheriting it early may not be a good thing. Open up a front with the other vampires. Someone I know says that the Priest Lords is fair because he buffs Flagellants so much. What's your opinion? Flagellants are tier 3 units, and yeah, he might buff them a lot, but good luck getting access to them. When they were still a tier 2 unit in Barracks and Warhammer 1, they were a decent unit, and he was a decent lord. But otherwise, his only flavor is that one unit, and that one unit you cannot get early game. So his one advantage in life, he cannot get. No, they have no armor. No. They are unbreakable, but they have no armor. Like I said, they're a tier 3 unit now. They don't deserve to be a tier 3 unit. They don't have the stats. They have some physical resistance, but it's not enough to account for the fact they have garbage melee defense. Let me take a look at it here in a second. Volkmar does make them better, but they're still not a good unit. And again, like, you can't recruit them. Greenskins Empire lands? I mean, it happens pretty frequently, actually. What's the best vamp unit early on, and what tech book should I go for? Book, you should go Book of the Blood and go for Blood is Power as a technology. And then after you've researched Blood is Power, go all the way down and research through the Nehekaran manuscripts and whatever the other tech is that gives bonus income. And then Vargeis are probably the most solid vampire unit. Just make sure you know how to overcast. Oh yeah, the free Skelly tech. That's true. The free Skelly tech is really good now. That's true. Yeah, I mean, normally we'd be fighting vampire counts, but there's a reason why we're going into Bretonnia instead. We're fighting Bretonnia because this is a lot easier than the mirror match of Empire, and to be able to fight vampire counts, we need artillery. So going all into this territory means that we're getting a lot of essentially free territory. We don't really need to worry about anyone taking from us. How do you overcast spells? That's what the Twitch clip is for.
Bring me to my men.
This just got raised. Or vampire or chaos corruption here. Yep. Beastmen are right here.
I am Prince and Emperor.
They are right there. I'm not going to revolt anytime soon. How much worse it'll be with the rework? I'm wondering the same thing. It's hard to say, though. That's why I'm doing it now and showing it off, but it very well may change. I did think about stopping Empire to see what the Bretonnia update was going to be. But as you can see, I did not go with that. Dude, it's like every week there's a... today I learned how to overcast, and then every time that happens, everyone's like, holy shit, overcasting? What is that? Like,
Now.
Oh man, so many people don't know what it is, which is okay, but you would think that if you're an active member of the Reddit after such a long period of time, that people would have realized what it is by now. At least on the Reddit. It's power projection for Beastmen. Not great. We think they'll come for us. It's Carcassonne's power projection. Not great. Not great.
Armored in
Portolo is at war with them, so I think we can be safe by going north. Who is Noctilus at war with?
Count Noctilus reigns.
Beastmen as well, huh? What an odd series of events.
Time?
Okay, let me show it
go.
really quick. You pick up RR units. I usually use them as emergency
Bring me to my
garrisons
men.
and shit. There are a couple exceptions to that, but not really. Okay, so you need to have the points unlocked in order to overcast. So make sure that you have the points to overcast in the first place, and that it is capable of overcasting. For example, Enfeebling Foe, its overcast does the extended effect duration, but its regular level 1 is just the melee defense. So right now, I can only cast the regular version. If I were to take a second point into Enfeebling Foe, that would make it so that we could overcast it. You definitely need to try Fabled Hero because that's basically how vampire counts work. I encourage anybody who didn't know how overcasting works to go play vampire counts right now. Because vampire counts are going to force you to realize how incredibly powerful overcasting is. How many armies do you have? Just the one. I agree, Ned. It is kind of annoying. You would think that more people would know by now. Oh, he took Artois. Interesting. I think it's on a loading screen somewhere or something, but yeah, it doesn't really do a whole lot. What do you do if you keep expanding and the enemies get some of your units back? Do you turn around and deal with them, or you just go further with your army? It depends on the situation. Sometimes I'll turn around and deal with that army or with that enemy, and sometimes I won't. It kind of depends on how the game is going, what I'm trying to do. Am I pushing deep enough for a reason, or because sometimes it's to eliminate an entire flank. You know, sometimes some losses are acceptable in the name of the greater good. But it really depends on the situation of whether or not I would turn around and stop the other army. Because in theory, what you're doing with your main army could end up being a ping pong. So like, you go and you know, fight, take some territory, and then some guys come behind you and take that territory back. Then you go run them off, and then whoever you were taking the territory from in the first place come back, you know, and then you kind of ping pong back and forth instead of like completely obliterating one side or the other. Skarsnik's gonna survive that. Oh my god, he killed Skarsnik. Dude, give that guy a goddamn medal. Is Lord sniping a good strategy? Sometimes. Depends on the faction. Sometimes Lords are a little bit too hard to actually kill. Beating the shit out of them is not a bad idea, though. Causing them to rout, that's a good idea. Actually killing them, though, is questionable sometimes. More like Bergie Buglehoff, you know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Oh, I should have built public order in one of these. Let's do that here, actually. I like the growth, but we're gonna put public order there instead.
I am Prince and Emperor. Summon the Elector Counts.
Okay, what's our movement here?
I command here. I see no other option.
These men are still getting actively chased, so I think it's okay to pull back.
Now then,
Go somewhere else.
Doubtful.
Damn it, Ned. Stop making me laugh. What do you think of multiplayer? I think multiplayer needs a structured system in order to actually be good. If multiplayer actually had a clean structuring system to it, a ladder, MMR, that kind of thing, and then you were able to like blind pick and shit, then multiplayer might be actually cool. Instead, the way that it currently is, you have to play with friends or people you know. There's really no point in doing it otherwise. Are you going for short victory? No. This is just for how to play Empire. That's it. Just a one-day stream to show off Empire. Then tomorrow will be a one-day stream to show off Dwarves. Does no one do a quick match? People do quick match, but you run into fucking cheese all the time. You run into bullshit. You run into, you know, people leaving skirmish cav in forests, you know, in order to draw kite. Shit like that. You get cycle charging and stuff like that. Are there enough players to make a ladder? Well, if there was a ladder, they'd probably have enough players to make a ladder. Hard to breed competition for just purely love of the game, you know what I'm saying? Usually there's some kind of incentive tied into it. Cycle charging is cheese? Not cycle charge. Charging is a little bit cheese, but it's more like cycle charging with like dragons and shit that can cause terror. That shit's usually a pretty cheesy. Oh, I know they will, CJ. Essentially, what I mean by cheese is I'm talking about any kind of intrinsic strategy that discourages any amount of counterplay, and furthermore, makes it so that you're in a situation that you can't deal with. There's no way for you to get around it.
Ready.
Oh, I already know. I already know. Oh, I got an Empire Captain. Okay, all right, sure, whatever.
How should we proceed?
Hey, Jaden. No, like I said, I don't consider cycle charging per se to be cheese. I'm talking about things like dragons and Terrakai cycle charging. To give you an idea, I did play a multiplayer match against another streamer just to try to like play things around and see like exactly what's going on with it and shit. And I was playing Empire. I had 3 units of halberdiers. They were weakened, like they were down. But combined amongst them, they were still basically about 1 full unit or so. And he had his lord. He was playing Vampire Counts, and he had Manfred on his zombie dragon. Or no, it was either Manfred. No, I think he had a Terrorgeist and a zombie dragon. But he only kept charging with the Terrorgeist. And all he would do is land, charge into the halberdiers, shatter or break them, and then immediately take off. He just kept doing that. Now, for those of you guys who are not aware, if a unit breaks 3 times, it automatically shatters. Okay, that way people don't keep coming back over and over and over again. If a unit breaks 3 times, it shatters. Okay, so that's all he had to do was just keep. And I had no range. I had nothing left by that point in the game. There was no counterplay. I had the anti-large tools to do things, but all he had to do was drop in. And by the way, he also had no units left on the ground. So he would lose because he only has flyers left, right? Yes, Ned was there. So all he had to do was land, hit a unit, and immediately take off. There's no counterplay to that. What am I supposed to do? Is terror increased by the charge bonus? It's not that the terror is increased by charge bonus. Terror triggers whenever a unit is losing leadership rapidly. Okay? So the increased damage that you're going to take from a charge bonus causes a sharp drop in health. That sharp drop in health causes leadership loss. Leadership loss causes terror to kick in. But like I said, in situations like that, there is really no counterplay to that. I was left just sitting there with my dick in my hand. There's nothing I can do. I'm just going to watch him continue to cycle charge me to death. Like, Cav cycle charging is a little bit different, right? That's fine. I'm not bothered by Cav cycle charging. But it's like flying units that makes things a lot more of a pain in the ass. And furthermore, it's not like Warhammer was the invention of cheese in Total War. I'm fully aware of that. Oof. He's got a whole stack sitting in there.
Pick up the pace.
It's just that with the advent of like magic and terror-causing entities, life has definitely got a lot worse.
Do you know who I am?
What?
If we declare war on him, it's possible he might pop out.
What does the Emperor need that he cannot already find in his vast...
He might come. We're still waiting to see what happens with Beastmen, but I think we're safe because I think there's enough factions around here that hate them. As long as that's the case, we're okay. We got to bait him from that city. Cannot fight him. Not like this, no.
I must keep my holy
Not until we get some big dick Empire shit. Tankier boys and whatnot. What's overcasting?
The Empire.
No, you're right, Fabled Hero. Oh shit, Dwarves Confederate Karak Azul? Oh my god, are Dwarves actually going to survive this campaign? What the hell? Yeah, you're absolutely right. It doesn't help with things, but it's shit like that that happens, and it's honestly frustrating. What I think would help it at least a little bit would be draw kiting, or would be not draw kiting. Sorry, blind pick. Blind pick would at least help things a little bit. If you had to bring every time the same, if you were just like, okay, we're gonna play a match. It's kind of like if you played like Magic the Gathering or something, where you show up to a place and you're like, this is the build. This is what I'm playing right now. And then you get paired against other random people you don't know. Sure, you can't counterplay against them very well, but that's not really what you could do either in tabletop either. So, blind pick would at least help a lot. Because that way you're not like, oh, I see he's playing this. I'm going to play what counters that faction. And then he's like, oh, he changed to counter my faction. I'm now going to change to counter his faction. And then you're like, well, shit, he just moved again. I'm going to... And it's just a whole fucking circle jerk bullshit. Play with what you think is a well-rounded comp. Mythic Invitational has publicized deck lists. That might be true, but if you show up to a GDQ or something like that, or not GDQ, like a Grand Prix or something like that, they don't. They know your deck list is legal, but you as an opponent do not know what that dude's packing. When you sit down at the table at a Grand Prix or something like that, you know, unless you're in like top 16, you're not going to know what that guy's playing. And even then, by the time you hit top 16, can't change the decks anyway. So that doesn't help.
The nation calls.
You dishonor me.
Sigmar compels us onward.
I am a lord
God.
of Bretonia. Never.
I've done fights like this actually before. Actually, fighting him out in the open might be worse. They're publicized after all competitors submit their lists. Okay. And we're talking Grand Prix. We're talking smaller tourneys. We're not talking about the big boy tourneys. We're not talking, 10 grand on the line here. We're talking like qualifiers and shit. And then they're publicized and then they have their name on their list, right? Even if that is the case, you're still not going to change your deck list in order to deal with your first two opponents, right? Even if you know what your other dude is playing, you still can't change what you're playing, right? You can't just be like, oh shit, let me go ahead and switch to my red deck wins now. That doesn't work. Even if you know what he's playing, you're still locked in. Okay. As long as we're all on the same page here. As long as we're all still on the same page here.
Do you take me for a churl?
Yes.
If we had Pit of Shades. We had Pit of Shades. We could do this. Gotta do something soon, though. We fight a rebellion, but I'd rather just not. No, you're right about that, Nix. And actually, I'm kind of annoyed that that is the case. That happens anytime, Fabled Hero. That happens to a lot of factions. A lot of factions have that problem. Dwarves are not the only ones. Still a lot of units.
In the name of Magnus.
You need to move away. Come back and fight me at walls. What I need. One of my heroes named Young Dab? Why, yes. Why, yes, it is. Why, yes, he is Young Dab.
Sir?
I'm glad you noticed. Young Dab does everything for clout, bruh. Should the warrior priest be Kevin Whippaloo? It depends. It depends on what that dwarven stack is. Is cocaine legal in the Empire? No. I knew I could always count on you, Bonnet, to be spamming some Young Dab. Proud of you. Young Dab, Young Dab, Young Dab. Now he's on the gnome spree. Did he stream tonight, Bunnit? Or I guess tonight. I guess Wednesdays are his night off, right? Uh-oh. I guess we're backing up. Usually off. That's what I thought. Oh, we're probably going to lose Quinelles now. Question is somebody going to come and save us? Probably not. This was the beastman we were kind of trying to wait for forever. Run out of ammo? Just bring more dudes, man. Oh, wait, what? What is the point of that? Silly AI.
I am Prince and Emperor.
Alright, well, I guess we're gonna go run south.
To unite the provinces.
So he might take Quinelles, but at least we'll have within range, so I'm not gonna spend that gross just in case. Just in case. Built that.
Yet? Approach us, friend, and make your...
All right. It is good to see, fellow.
Hmm.
The Empire.
Federation is almost guaranteed to get us declared on by somebody like Nordland. Have I tried Rimworld? Yeah, I've tried Rimworld. I think it's an alright game. I don't like the micromanaging aspect of Rimworld. That's the only thing I don't like. I don't think it's a bad game by any means. It's just something I can't get in. It's the same thing the same reason I can't get into Oxygen Not Included. Like getting Oxygen Not Included is a really well designed game, but I really don't like the micromanaging the way that they've designed it. It's cool. I mean, if you like Rimworld, I don't see why you. If you like Rimworld and like say Factorio, I don't see why you wouldn't like Oxygen Not Included. I know Art Cards played it quite a bit. Goodbye, Sweet Gnome. And that, boys, is why we don't play, why we don't get Marienburg. And speed up cameras. Oops. My bad. Damn. Wants to fight the Franz. Man, Hochland are dickheads. Good news is Hochland and Midland are at war, so they don't have to worry about that anymore. Hey, Lockjaw. This is gonna be a problem.
Who calls?
Good. No Minotaurs.
The Empire, as is my right by Sigmar's crown. Ulrich's will.
FNJ Lurk.
Thank you for the Twitch Prime, dude. Welcome back, man. Appreciate that. 7 months? Jesus Christ, time flies. Alright, so this is the Beastman shit we were worried about a long time ago. Luckily, though, this army is trash. Just because he didn't ambush us. If he'd ambushed us, life would be a little... Well, luckily for you, Blood and Nero, I won't be up much longer either. Because I need to get going. I have to work early on Thursdays. Or aren't you in luck? You won't have me to distract you anymore.
Halberdiers! Ah! By Ulrich's wrath! Handgunners!
I'm gonna remember to put this playthrough up as well as Tomb Kings. Forgot to put them up last night.
Amen! Grey wizard!
Not a lot of magic. That's not good.
The Empire endures!
Basically, we're worried about the Harpies.
Yes, sir, quickly!
Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss.
Mortar! Understood!
Mortar combat. Technically, Blood and Nero.
Handgunners! Taking position! For Heldenhammer!
I told you I knew Warcraft. In ears.
Shoot! Go! Crossbowman!
Did I say Mortal Kombat? I meant Warcraft. Maybe I'm just thinking about Mortal Kombat. Maybe I'm just thinking about it. Oops. That was not the right decision. That was not the right decision.
Yes, my lord! The Sigma! Fire! Formation march! To battle! Sigma guides us. Taking position! At speed! Battle wizard! I shall unhinge them! Mortar! For Heldenhammer! Yes, my lord! Moving now! Ready! Go! Yes, General! Ready!
My subjects call!
War! Obey! Smoke and mirrors! Crossbowmen! Halberdiers! Formation! March! Yes, my lord! For the Emperor! For Altdorf! Yes? Flows through me! Prepare for combat! Charge! Spearmen!
Ah, shit.
We await your orders! Moving now! Yes, sir, quickly! Take the ground! I will not stand idle! Handgunners! We obey! Sir! Glory to the Empire! Crossbows ready, General! Yes, sir! Missile troops!
Give me a second, Punnett.
Find your targets!
Yeah, the portal limit is set to 2D because 3D looks like silly putty. No, I have it set like that in order to be a little easier on my graphics card. When I get the 2080, I'll switch it back to 3D. But it's, oddly enough, a lot of processing power for some weird reason. Yeah. When I get the 2080 installed, then I'll switch back to 3D, but until I get that, I need to be a little easy on graphics. This game kind of sucks on a 1070 and an i7 8700K. It's not wonderful for streaming. Like, it looks good to me, but I imagine for you guys it's not quite as good, so that's why I don't have it the way it is. Yeah, I mean, with the 9, like, I'm not saying that the game looks like shit. I just don't like how it looks to you guys. You know, I'm basically putting it on for a show. Like, for me, the 1070 is fine. Like, I don't really care. Me, I'm not bothered by by my 1070 at all. But I am putting it on as a show, so. Yeah, well, that's honestly the rendering in Warhammer 1. Rendering in Warhammer 1 does look better for some weird reason. CA's never actually come out and talked about why that is, though. At least I'm not running this shit on that one lawyer's rig, huh, Skipfu? I don't remember what her name is. Well, at some point it's gonna look even better. I expect the car to come tomorrow, and then I don't know when I'm gonna install it. Maybe this weekend. I especially wanted it for Three Kingdoms because I'm sure that Three Kingdoms is going to look really sharp as shit. And, you know, I didn't want to have any, like, goofy looking fucking models and stuff. Yeah, I think 3K is going to be pretty fucking sharp. So, surprisingly enough, we didn't lose as much as I thought we were going to lose, actually. I thought we were going to lose at least 500 there. But that's what the power of Empire gunpowder and steel do. Biggest difficulty on the dwarves is the inability to chase down flying enemies. The next time you hold off an attack, the enemy hasn't lost any units. That's true, but they can still shoot with artillery and stuff. You don't need to run when you can still shoot them with organ guns and whatnot.
I command here. Let's go.
Woo, he causes fear. Yay.
Summon the Elector Counts.
Hot damn, Franz causing fear. Ooh. Like Red Stars? I mean, they are your early game artillery.
Men,
You're not supposed to love them, but Red Stars are very good for where they are. Red Stars are a very good artillery piece for what tier it is. I mean, Red Stars are what, tier 2? Tier 2 catapult that acts like that, pretty goddamn good. Besides, dwarves are all about their ranged firepower. That's the fastest one you can get. On an auto-resolve, I don't trust auto-resolve. How many are you using? Blood and arrow.
Black powder blessed. Crossbows ready, General. For Heldenhammer.
We serve friends.
2. I know this sounds silly, and I know you're going to hate the idea. But try 4. Artillery shines when it's used in bulk. 2 is a little too few in my opinion. In order to properly use good artillery, it's got to be up to 3 or 4. Ideally, I'd actually like another mortar here. Yeah, but see, with more artillery pieces, less orcs get to your line. See how that works out?
Ulrich's wrath on them.
And have you been corner camping? There's no shame in corner camping. Nobody's watching. It's just you. Use at least 6. I always use 4.
Sputters the target.
I'll use 6 pieces of artillery total, but I won't use 6 grudge throwers. I'll usually transition into like 4 grudge throwers and 2 cannons, and then 2 cannons and 4 organ guns. Yes, Dad? Alright. Now eat your veggies and go to your room. Yeah, exactly, Bunnet. You gotta pack that shit for sure. On factions that rely heavily on artillery, which I guess I should start talking about that as Empire now, because we're getting to that point in the stream, guys, where unfortunately I go to bed early. Sucks, man, because the man. Hate the man. I really don't like brimstone guns. I know, Lockjaw, I know. I ain't got a choice. Gotta make that cheddar, you know what I'm saying? That's just Skaven? No, that's not just Skaven. That's artillery heavy factions. Anyone that's an artillery heavy faction want to pack that many packed units like that. Dwarves and Empire the same way. With Empire, I'll pack 4 Hellblasters. 4 Hellblasters and 3 steam tanks. Anyone who wants artillery is going to have to double down on them. And actually, it's the same for High Elves, too, because I think High Elves mid-game is for Or both of us.
Casting shadows! Reichsguard knights! Battle and blood await! Soldiers of the Empire! For the Warhammer!
We don't want to kill Kasarak here. Reason why is that he's already been beaten once and retreated. If we kill him, that'll reset the Lord, the retreat counter. That means we're going to fight a third battle. We don't want to fight a third battle.
Moving now!
Hi, Magnus.
Reichsguard knights! Yes, sir!
Oh, gyro bombers? I don't like them. I've had people tell me that they're good, and they have some uses, but I don't like them. What campaign do you think is the most fun other than vampires? Probably somebody like probably somebody like Gerathu is really fun. Dwarves are just fucking chill as shit. That one's kind of hard. Dwarves are not bad.
My orders are to move.
Good. Beastmen are dead. Young Dav got more wins in Magic. Hell yeah. Oh, you're being sarcastic, Blood of Nero.
Who calls? Approach us, friend, and
I
make
wasn't.
your offer.
I like dwarves still.
The Empire.
Auckland somehow has 4 settlements. Hell? Hockland, such big dickheads.
Oh, welcome, friends of... I am Prince and Emperor.
Start wounding.
Your orders? Preemptive strike! You dishonor me!
Well, that was a failure.
I command here.
What a pussy. Oh, we need to start getting lightning strike. The reassurance.
I see no other option. Let's go.
That was still revolt. That is not good. All right. See if that revolt takes us anywhere. Nope, Luan's there to save the day. All right.
Greetings, all you surveyor
What's that, dude?
loyal to me.
Come on, man. How you be like that, Daith? We were bros, Daith. You actually tunnel under? Mistake. Okay. All right. So, let's talk about how you would go about continuing this campaign. So, as I previously talked about, we expand into Bretonnia because we want the vast amount of natural resources that are in Bretonnia. This might change come next week, or whatever, when we do the update. But as of right now, beating up Bretonnia as Empire is still fairly easy. Perhaps things will change, perhaps they won't. We'll see. If, however, things did change, let's assume that they do. Instead, the other viable strategy that we can go is we're going to have to end up fighting a couple factions of Empire in here. We might get a confederation or two. Beating up Scarsnake is going to be a necessity, as well as eventually pushing into Vampire Count territory. By the time that we make it to Vampire Counts, though, you're going to need some kind of decent artillery. Hellstorm rocket batteries are actually really, really good against any kind of heavy infantry faction, both mortars and Hellstorm rocket batteries. So having both of those at your disposal before going to push into deep vampire territory, I feel is kind of a must, because you're going to be facing down Graveguard much sooner than you'd like. And Graveguard don't really take any shit from early game Empire. They don't do as well against greatswords, but swordsmen are going to start getting eaten alive by Graveguard, especially shielded Graveguard. Because they're going to have a decent melee defense, but then they're also going to have bonus against infantry, high armor, all that good shit. Thank God the AI doesn't know how to overcast Invocation, because if they did, Vampire Counts would be scary as fuck. So eventually, you will eventually want to push into Sylvania, which we would do one way or another, is make it to Castle Drakenhof. But doing so would be a lot more stuttery. We're going to need to kind of sit back and be, a diplomat with the other Empire factions. And honestly, it's not really that great, because there's a lot of infighting with Empire factions, and they oftentimes just die out anyways when faced against anyone greater than them, which may be, Vampire Counts, could be Kislev, I've seen sometimes, could be Chaos, could be Beastmen, whatever. So Empire is going to inevitably fall by some other faction, which is why we kind of go into Bretonnia, do the Bretonian thing, get our natural resources, and then have pretty much a solid base. We're not really going to be any real threat. The only potential threat is going to come through Astalia in the form of either more Beastmen, Skaven, now the Dread Fleet. But those are all relatively minor threats that we're not really too concerned about. There's no massive ass empire to the south that really is going to fuck with us. The other part is we usually go through Bretonnia to get to High Elves to trade with High Elves, which you haven't met High Elves yet to trade. But that is something that we would be pushing towards. Anyways, the other main place to go to would be to Erengrad. Erengrad is another major port, just like Marienburg is. They make the same amount of money. Both of those spots are good. There's a gold mine here at Wolfenburg that you're going to want to pick up. Obviously, there's a gold mine at Sylvania, and there's a big-ass port at Erengrad. So those are the main spots that you want to expand into if you were stuck into Empire territory. Eventually, you want to take Marienburg as well. You want to at least control Marienburg for sure, no matter what it took to get Marienburg. But usually you could wait on that until you can start getting to defend it. Now that Marienburg is tier 4, tier 3 or so, it would be tier 3 if you conquered it. That's not so bad. An extra 10k coming from Marienburg Harbor kind of helps cover its cost, because it is kind of sticking out like a sore thumb against Norsca and stuff. And you'll be receiving lots of visits from raiders to try to take Marienburg. But it is eventually a very nice chunk of change to have around. So one way or another, you want to control Marienburg for sure. I do believe that going down in Bretonnia, if this continues into the next update, is still the best way to go about it. Taking out Bordelot means a shit ton of wine, means a really good port, and of course beating up shitty Bretonians. But like I said, that would be the main places that you would want to expand upon as Empire. It's just heading into those generalized directions. You can take Couronne because it's a 10-slot province. Taking Bordelot is obviously a lot of money. Sylvania is a lot of money, and eventually you'd want to take that anyway for Vampire Counts. If you can sit on Erengrad, Erengrad's a lot of money. The problem with Erengrad itself is the fact that it falls pretty easily to Throg or to Warriors of Chaos. And the closer you get to the Chaos Waste, the more easy it is going to be for Chaos to come and start fucking up your shit, and meaning that you're going to have to deal with them more fully. It does mean that you can kind of choke them a little bit so that they're not quite spread out, and it's easier to run them down, but it is still going to be a pain in the ass no matter what. But those are the generalized expansion spots that I would pick for Empire. Like I said, this campaign we're going to Bretonnia, but consider the other ones as well. A late game Empire army kind of consists of a couple of things. Remember I said early on that Empire is all about cohesion and unity. You want to have a nice decent front line of either greatswords or halberdiers. I prefer greatswords because of the bigger of the greater armor, but a front line of halberdiers does work. It's just not, they are pretty squishy. They don't have shields. They only have 30 armor. They do have a really high melee defense. They do have anti-large. They do have armor piercing, expert charge defense. A lot of things that do make them very solid tanks. But I generally prefer greatswords. They're kind of a toss-up. Whichever one floats your boat is the better one to go with. For siege purposes, I usually still pack a couple crossbowmen. Go like 2 and 2 of handgunners, or you could go full handgunners if you wanted. But I do like crossbowmen and sieges help pick up a few things. That won't matter as much as you get into later on late game armies with steam tanks, because you don't even really worry about the walls. You just kind of like charge in with steam tanks and destroy a bunch of shit. Steam tanks are certainly something that we're going to rush in Reikland no matter what. Getting to tier 5 with Altdorf is really, really critical. As you can see, it's turn 31. We're already pretty close to getting a tier 4 Altdorf. And then not too many turns from there, we should be able to get tier 5. So all in all said, we should be able to get steam tanks roughly around turn 65-ish or so. And steam tanks, look at steam tanks as the Empire's dragons. They are going to be the core of the backbone of the army. You're going to use them quite literally as tanks. For those of you who are not aware, steam tanks can be healed by regrowth and by Earthblood. So I usually use the steam tanks to quite literally tank armies and then shoot into them from the sides and stuff. They also double as cannons as well, so you can drop a couple of cannons in favor of steam tanks. You can let units surround the steam tank. You just buff the shit out of steam tanks, either heal them, pop ward saves on them, melee defense by Karl Franz, anything like that. You're going to give them a much higher survivability, even in the face of things that would kill them. And then I would pack a couple of Hellblaster volley guns as well, for, like I said, shredding into anything that surrounds the steam tanks. Because of that, I do pack a Lore of Life wizard, so the army is going to basically look kind of like Karl Franz's, but with some changes to it. It would basically be this. I'd switch out the Grey Wizard. You could keep the Grey Wizard because Pit of Shades is so good. But usually I pick up a Life Wizard instead. I do keep the Warrior Priest because the Warrior Priest does have a tremendous amount of replenishment, as well as also AoE ward saves and stuff, which is really, really important to keep the steam tanks buffed up with melee defense and ward saves as much as possible. Then you'd have your front line of great swords or halberdiers, whichever you'd like. You'd have your gunners, whatever combination. I'd say up to 4 gunners total. 2 cav units in order to be a little bit more flexible. Empire doesn't have the joys of things like dwarves, where they can rely entirely on their artillery and not have to worry about running things down. You will want dimmies, or in Karl Franz's army, because he does end up buffing Reiksguard if you take the point to do it. You can still use Reiksguard instead of Demigryphs. They'll be a little bit worse, but not a whole lot worse. You'd be surprised. They're not a whole lot worse. You can still pack Reiksguard. And like I said, 3 steam tanks and 3 or 4 Hellblaster volley guns would be basically your late game comp. You could also do a Gelt comp. We refer to it as the Gunpowder Army. Elich came up with this shit. It's basically a paltry front line of maybe a couple halberdiers, something to just deter people from showing up. Then a Life Wizard for Netafam and Tak, and then as many fucking guns as you can pack into that army. You can use a couple of steam tanks, but the rest is going to be great cannons, Hellblaster volley guns, handgunners, just everything that shoots. And then as the AI gets closer and closer to you, You net them and you shoot them. One unit to pay attention to too is that I haven't talked at all is the Luminarch of Hysh. The Luminarch of Hysh snipes really, really well. You can see it up here. Notice how it has an incredibly high missile damage with small, low ammunition. It takes fucking forever for it to shoot. But if you think about it, it does 1137, right? 1137 divided over 20 seconds. Every shot hits for like 2K, 2.5K every single time it hits. This thing is phenomenal for sniping heroes and lords and giants and anything that it can, that are giant ass targets. This thing absolutely chunks out. It's fantastic for sniping enemy lords. I would consider one Luminarch if you can cram that shit in there. The great thing about Empire is that a lot of their units are good just as long as they're used in cohesion. So always consider that. Like I said, in terms of victory conditions, you're going to want to control all of the Empire. So eventually we are going back to the Empire. We're just using Bretonnia as, pseudo-Empire. You do want to kill Eastern and Western Sylvania, and then try to ally as many good factions as you can. Empire does not get along with evil factions at all. So it's going to be pretty hard if, like, say, Greenskins are successful and take control of the Badlands rather than the Dwarves. That's going to make your life fairly miserable. Just try to hope to God that High Elves win and Dwarves win, because otherwise fighting the other major factions in lieu of those is going to be pretty hard, especially because late game when Chaos does arrive, Chaos shits all over Empire pretty badly. It is possible to survive them with enough armor piercing, but by default, just the things that Chaos is able to crank out does really hurt Empire a lot. Let's see. Karl Franz eventually is going to be turning into a pretty solid duelist. You're going to want to have and get the Silver Seal for sure. There's a quest line for the Silver Seal where you can either choose to chase or you can destroy a dam. You'll understand when you get there. Just destroy the dam and then just immediately do the following battle, and boom, you get the Silver Seal, which is going to be a fantastic item for a free 20% ward save and a little bit of Untainted as well. He does end up getting his famed Griffin, Deathclaw, and at this point is when he's going to become pretty goddamn scary. You can use him generally wherever you need. You just need to keep an eye on him. His health pool is not particularly high. It's not like you would be experienced with Warhammer 2 factions where they've got these ginormous health pools. Deathclaw does increase his health, but not by as much as you might think it does. So because of that, you need to stack as much ward save and melee defense and max health on him as possible, because those are going to be his weaknesses. He's going to do a good bit of damage, but he is going to take quite a bit of damage as well. If you notice, his melee defense is 68. It does not change at all when he gets on his mount. And of course that makes him a large target as well. So poking him with spears, shooting him with guns, all that good shit does hurt him quite a bit. If I were to continue this campaign, we would end up finishing off Bastogne, and then we'd probably either then the tough decision would be made as to whether or not we go take Bordelot, or if we go start beating the shit out of Kimmler. One of these two things is going to happen first, but they're both going to happen eventually. We cannot allow Kimmler to survive. We do not want him to continue to be a thorn on our side. And of course, we do want Bordelot for that sweet, sweet wine and sweet, sweet port money. Do ward save stack on this? One item from a skill? Yes, ward save does stack up. It has a cap of, 80%? So as long as you're below 80%, ward save is good. But it does all stack up together, yes, into 1%. Anyway, so then, like I said, I would decide on whether or not we are going to try to bait out Bastogne. Fighting a ton of mounted yeomen is bullshit, especially out in the field, because all they do is cycle charge you to death. And, not like they're actually good. Also, if the opportunity presented itself while we're conquesting in here and doing all this shit, if the opportunity arose then to backstab Couronne and to take Marienburg, then we would at that point. I usually go for Couronne once I have steam tanks, because at that point you kind of crack your knuckles and relax, because steam tanks are going to carry you to sweet, sweet victory at that point. think that's about it. Remember, we are going to want to trade. We're not making much money on trade right now, but as the empire grows and expands and gets stronger and stronger, trade is going to be a lot better. The trade is probably Empire's trade is probably like 5th overall in terms of best. They do make a lot of money on trade once it's all coming together. Right now, we're just not making any money because we don't really have any good trade buildings. We're also not exporting as much as I'd like. But part of that problem is because we don't have good trade partners at this point. If we were friends with High Elves, we'd be making a lot more money at this point. But right now, we only have Kislev to be trading with. And Kislev is going to be steadily losing terrain. I think that's about it. Any questions before I roll up and then get out of here, guys? Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for asking questions. If you guys have been lurking from earlier, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for all the follows. Like I said, this series does intend on being educational. So as always, if you have questions, feel free to ask at any point. But thank you guys for watching. Like I said, we're gonna be doing dwarves tomorrow, and then after that will be vampire counts. I'm not sure who's after that. It might be Beastmen. I might skip Beastmen. Maybe. We'll see. Ned's not here, so I can say that. Let's see. Percy Kitten, thank you for the 11 months. Sparkcross, thank you for the 16 months. Mystic One, thank you for the 4 months. Ors, thank you for the 6 months. All the follows. Bamalan for the gifted sub. And Lockjaw, thank you for the 7 months, man. Appreciate it a lot. Boys, I will see you guys tomorrow. Let me see if I can find somebody who I'd like to send lay host. Oh, here we go. Perfect. All right, boys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, guys.